And we are live. What is going on, everyone? It's your boy Johnny Dunn, and we back with another one. Now, today, another epic VeVe live stream. Today, we have Ultimate Spider-Man #1 comic book drop, and details are $6.99 for this one. 30,000 editions. So again, it's going to sell out quickly. We got 21,000 editions for the common, 5,000 editions for the uncommon, 2,350 editions for the rare. We got 1,050 editions for the ultra rare. And then last but not least, 600 editions for the secret rare. Again, shout out to my boy Luke Blackby one more time, hooking me up with the secret rare the other day. Unbelievable. You guys saw the clip that I posted on the video. Unbelievable. I posted, I think, on Twitter too, on Instagram. Shout out to Luke, man, just blew my mind. The energy in this community is so contagious. It's unbelievable how many good people there are. It's just unbelievable. Shout out to everybody joining the chat today. We got Brendan in the building. Brendan said he picked up an extra wild lead today. Interesting. Those Disney moments are still going off, still going crazy. They dipped a little bit, so anybody who's looking up to pick a second one up or third one, duplicates, it's definitely the time to pick it up. So this comic book today, it's not the best comic book in the world. It's not a holy grail or anything like that. Shout out to Comics and Crypto. He actually put out a video the other day saying it's actually a sell to him. So it's definitely interesting to see. We're going to see how the market reacts to his decision. I definitely think it's not a holy grail. So I think it's a pretty good call. It's not a must-have. But I think, honestly, the cover arts on these are unbelievable looking. We got the uncommon. The difference with these are kind of vintage, old school looking ones. So I think it's going to have a little bit different of a style. And some people who have a different taste may enjoy these a lot more. Because as we see, the secret rare, usually we have the white background to make it really pop and stand out. But this one's a little bit more colorful. And again, I think they're trying to make sure that we can tell the difference between these secret rares and the holy grails. Because the holy grails, the secret rares tend to have a white background and really makes it pop. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that all works out. We got Pineapple Gang in the building. How we doing, fam? Someone gave you a secret rare? Yeah, Brendan, Luke Blackby, man. The other day, a couple days ago, I was just giving out a bunch of common comics to people, really making their day feel special. I had a bunch of duplicates. I was able to do it. And then all of a sudden, I was on live stream, and my guy Luke, unbelievable. I thought it was a common he gave me, but it was actually a secret rare. Shout out to him, man. Goku in you. How we doing, fam? So this comic book, I didn't really know much about it when it first got released. Ultimate Spider-Man #1. I really thought it was a key comic book, but that's why I'm glad we got comic gurus in the house, like Comics and Crypto, Sleeping Comics too. Shout out to Sleeping Comics, man. Great person in the community. Knows a lot of information about comics. And so it's really good just to have people like that in the community to really kind of help educate people who really aren't sure in this space. We got Brendan Pineapple Gang. Yo, Pineapple's got a huge album coming out soon. Shout out to him, man. It's wonderful. Your boy's got 2 features on there. Let's go. All right, so Jack's asking a question here. If I have 2 phones, can I use the same account for the drops? So I'm going to say no. You really shouldn't be using 2 phones or anything like that. You should really try to stick with just 1 phone. Now, I don't know the details or anything like that. So I don't know if you can actually use 1 or 2 phones and have it still work. I would say no, just because the more the people use multiple phones, right? 2, 3, 4 phones, you're really supposed to only just use 1 phone. You can make multiple accounts if you're using one for your family, right? Your kids are on it, etc. But I think if the community really starts to shape the narrative, and because it all starts with us, right? At the end of the day, if we have people really trying to take advantage and use multiple phones and everything like that, even if people are getting away with it at first, I think if we can really do a great job as a community as a whole to really just crack down, use 1 phone, I think it will pay off in the end. Because once this lottery system comes in and once we have these waiting rooms, those people who are taking advantage of the system anyway, I don't think they're going to continue to be able to do so. Because the VeVe team has an AI system in their app, right, in the background, security levels to where they're going to be able to detect anybody who's trying to take advantage of these systems. So I think, brother Jack, I don't know the exact answer to that if you're able to use multiple phones or not, but I would just say try to use 1 if you can. We use a muscle gate. Let's go. Your boy getting big. I got to start getting on my exercise, starting to gain some weight. Brendan sending up finger gate. I mean, a lot of people are, I'm not sure anymore with the whole drop system changing a little bit. Some people are saying they're having better luck with the comics. Some people are saying they're striking out with the comics. So I don't really know if the spam, where a line gate is still working or not. But I think my strategy is just to continue to use just doing one tap. I like the one tap. It's just a good rhythm technique for me. I'm gonna keep going with what's working here. Today is the day Vander hits a secret rare comic. I haven't hit a secret rare comic on the drop, so I'm wishing all the best of luck for you, Vander. Eventually everyone's gonna hit one, right? It's only a matter of time. Some people have gotten blessed; they've hit multiple secret rares on the drop, and some people are striking out this entire time. And some people want to give up, but don't give up, Vander. You got the right attitude, brother. Eventually, your time will come, and you're gonna get a secret rare. Now, hopefully you get a secret rare on one of these drops where it's a huge comic book. I don't know if we're going to get Batman comics, etc. But if we're able to get the first ever Batman comic, that comic book is legendary. So hopefully you can save a secret rare for something iconic like that. What's Omi at? Let's see what's Omi at right now. I want to say, so it increased a little bit. Okay. It's at 0.0064, a little run up from last night. Let's go. A little shout out here. Can you shout out my VeVe homies? Are they on Twitter or something? Let's go. See, the good thing about the VeVe comics is that like every week you get a great chance, right? I mean, every single week you have a chance at a secret rare 600 edition, sometimes even as low as 500, 400, maybe 250, right? An ultra rare. I mean, any new user can get blessed and get lucky and come away with a huge victory. I mean, that's the benefit of these drops. We got big collectibles. Yo, what's good, Omi homies? Good luck to everybody. One thing that I'm really excited about for VeVe is, I mean, obviously we have the announcement coming soon. We don't know what's going to happen, right? Shout out to Andre, Jake, everybody in the community. They're really got the energy up, got the excitement up. But again, I just want to let people know, if nothing does come that's huge, don't be let down, right? We have so many great things on this app. We have Disney, we have Marvel, we have so many Givenchy, right? So many legendary, iconic brands to where if something big doesn't get announced, right? Don't be let down, right? Don't, be upset, disappointed. It's just like a bonus at this point. Anything extra that comes, I mean, it's just a bonus at this point. Hey, JD, wanted to ask, the comics are not FA, but just a number. Does that means that they are not first appearance in digital NFT? So I'm pretty sure the way that VeVe is doing it is, I mean, there's different ways to look at it. Everybody's a collector in their own different way. So obviously we haven't had the Hulk collectible just yet, right? But we've had the Hulk comic book. So some people are going to argue, have we had the Hulk first appearance? Like when that collectible comes out, will that be the first appearance of Hulk? Or will it not be, since we've already had the first appearance in the comic book? And I'm under the impression that just because it's released in the comic book, it doesn't mean that it's not going to be an FA in the collectible world. Now, I could be wrong on that. I'm not like a genius with this stuff, right? Like I'm up to being wrong. But I also think, where's that comment at? Let me try to go back to that comment. All right. So for example, like when the Hulk collectible comes out, I think we're still going to see FA, first appearance of the Hulk in premium digital format, as a collectible, because it's a 3D collectible. And I feel like that's different than being a first appearance on a comic. Now, I know comic collectors will maybe argue with that, and because it's the first appearance of that character in the world, right? So that's actually a good question. It's a good debate. I would still like to see the FA tag on these collectibles, because in my opinion, I feel like it's a first appearance of that collectible in the 3D world as a collectible. And I feel like for me it's different, but again, it could be a debate down the road. I'm actually interested to see what you guys think. Let me know in the comments. What do you guys think? So do you think if since we have first appearance of the Hulk in the comic books, do you think we'll have a first appearance of Hulk in the collectible world? I think we will see FA. I hope that answers your question. Doob said, "Hey, yo, let's get this drop, Omi homies." I'm not confirming that one, Brendan. I do think it is. I think it is an Andre video. I think it could be like an Andre Gary V collab type thing. Who knows? Who knows? But again, if it is that P word, I'm excited. Could be. Could be. I mean, that's another thing. I mean, David, shout out to David, man. He made a post on Instagram, teased it out a little bit. Some polar bears. People were thinking maybe, is that Dragon Ball Z? Who knows? Who knows what that could be? And Petro, attempt number 12 of my first NFT. Hey, man, keep trying. I'm sorry that you struck it out 12 times. That's a lot. Hopefully today you get some good luck. Let me go over exactly my technique. Hopefully that helps with you. All right, so again, this is the home screen that we're on. We got the store at the very bottom here. Store, right? Store tab. Click this button. We're going to scroll down. Boom. You see the drop. This is the timer. If that 18 minutes was 0. Oh, didn't focus. We'll try it again. So that timer right there is basically the timer that you need to focus on up until the minute it drops. As soon as that timer clicks 0, like 0 minutes, 0 seconds, a buy now button will pop up. And as soon as that buy now button pops up, you got to be so quick to get ready to press it. I like to try to time it. So think of when it hits 0, you have a full second left. So if that's 17 minutes right there, it said 0 minutes. And say we're at, as soon as it hits 20 seconds, I'm going to act like 20 seconds is the 0 button. So we'll count it down from 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, click. And so that's my strategy. I like to say it out loud so I can get ready to time it. But also I'm kind of reacting to it at the same time, to where I'm getting ready. I'm preparing myself for that exact time, but I'm also reacting to as soon as I see it, I'm ready to press it. And lately, that's been the strategy that's been working out great for me. And I know a lot of people have been doing well on a line gate too. So if you're doing well with a line gate, which is where you're just spamming the buy now button, I mean, you can try that way too. I just know for me, I've never had great success that way. I've never even tried it that way. So for me, I like to just try to time it perfectly with one tap. Now, the downside with one tapping, like one button tap, is if you miss the button or you're too early or anything like that, you could be, crap out of luck sometimes because you only get one chance. Sometimes it turns into a line gate where if I miss it, I'm just tapping it real quick anyway, and I get lucky once in a while. But let me go back to those names, Riley Pie. I had to read those names over again because Brendan was fooling me with some names. I was reading some names that weren't real names. We got Redwood. Yeah, I'm not gonna name these names because who knows what they are. I like to name. I like to shout out people, but sometimes people be trying to trick me real quick. Let's see. Let's get to some comments. One amazing fantasy 14. I don't think it'll dip, man. I mean, Spiderman #1. That's an iconic comic book. So I don't think stuff like that is gonna dip. I mean, the comment for that book is like I think $50 right now, Brendan. So Doob said, in my eyes, comics can't be a FA in a whole, but they can be an FA of one said character in the comic. That's why I don't think they have the FA for comics. Yeah, I agree. Yep, absolutely. I agree with that. Like, I'm not the comic expert, so shout out to all the comic experts out there. They'll definitely have a better understanding of that. I agree. I love the new AR update on the comics. It was definitely a game changer. So now in the comics, everybody who's not sure, once you updated that app, you can actually rotate your comics to view it in a different way. So before you're only able to view the comic laying down on the ground. So like if you're standing up, you can only read the comic as it was laid flat on the ground. But now they've made it to where you can rotate it up and you could read it, say, laying down in bed or have it up right against your eyes like that. So it's definitely a lot better of an update. That's one thing about the VeVe team, right? Anybody who's just joining now, if there's something that you may not like on the VeVe app, or you may think it's a little bit too much friction, or it's just not working right, just have trust in the team that they're going to get it right. I mean, they've been working on this project for, since 2016, really is when they started it. And they finally launched it in 2020. Or I'm sorry, in 2021, in January 2021, this year. So it's only been 8 months since a public launch. And so, well, really, it's been about 11 months now. Almost, it's 12 months almost really now. It's crazy how fast time flies. But they just started this launch. So obviously they grew way too quick, right? I mean, they just exploded. So they had to kind of revamp the app. They kind of had to re-engineer the app, slowed them down for a few months. But they've done such a great job at constantly adapting, constantly working on it, changing things, working on things to make it better. So just have trust and faith in the team that they will get it right. Yeah, so this is actually the new drop. Let me actually go let me see if I can go to the details real quick. Because they just announced a new partnership, which is huge. I didn't even have a chance to really check it out. So maybe after the drop, because we got 13 minutes to the drop, either right before or right after the drop, I will check it out and read it to you guys. But this is another huge partnership announcement. I only had a chance to just retweet it real quick. I didn't even get a chance to read it. Cheers, guys. Yes, hopefully I will certainly try. I will certainly keep trying. Can't wait. Cannot wait to hit my first drop. I will be keeping it a very long time. Yeah, cheers to you and Petro. I mean, a lot of people who haven't given up have really seen the rewards of how everything has appreciated in just a little bit of a time. So many people have sold their collection in the summer when there's a lot of FUD, a lot of negativity. And the people that held on, the people that stayed believing in this team, are really going to see the fruits of everything that they went through, I believe. Roman Z, this is actually a good tip too. Regarding the drops, just want to share from my experience that you always shall try to make a rebound, even if there is some sort of error message or other messages, just keep tapping for up to 10 minutes. Absolutely. So what he's talking about is once the buy now button, once you click the buy now button and say you don't get it, right? There's an error, it's all sold out, and that buy now button is still available to click, and you click it again and it says error, all sold out. Just keep tapping. I mean, if you really want that comic collectible, don't exit out the screen. Just keep tapping, hit the OK button for the error, and just keep tapping for next like 5 to 10 minutes. And eventually you may get a rebound. A confirmation screen may come up and you may actually end up being able to get one. Now, it doesn't happen a lot, so you can't guarantee it, but it does happen. The only way you probably will ruin your chances of getting a rebound, especially now, is if you do exit out and you go back in and that buy now button is like enabled, basically. Jeremy, you're hilarious. Yeah, shout out to him too, man. I'm unfortunate that he unfollowed, but shout out to him too, man. Maybe he'll get excited if he wins again in fantasy football. Maybe he might join the chat again. It's hilarious. Yeah, why is it so high? It has no FA. Sure, it's Spidey's first solo comic book in his legendary series, but will his FA Amazing Fantasy 14 be worth more if they have the same edition size? Oh, that's actually a good point. First appearance in the other comic book, but I don't think so. Just because this comic book is already, in the real world, the counterpart is already so expensive in the highest grade. I mean, it's so rare to where I think if you have a low serial number or edition number of the common or even the secret rare, I think the secret rares, if you're able to find a 3-digit secret rare or even something crazy low like a 1,000 or anything, sub 10K. I mean, shout out to Luke, man, with the 10K Hulk. I know the Hulk's not the most expensive secret rare, but a low edition 3-digit secret rare is going to be so hard to find to where I think that'll be huge money too. Absolutely. Best method to get the drop. I think it's for me personally, I think everybody has their own best method, whichever way works the best for you, I would say. I like to go one tap. I like to try to time it perfectly and just one tap it. And what I mean by that is we have 9 minutes and 25 seconds left to the drop. Basically, I just wait until there's about 3 seconds left in my head, and I really try to focus on 3, 2, 1, 0, click. And so a lot of people are clicking or like trying to click as soon as they see the 0 pop up, but it's actually like a full second after 0. So right after you see 1, 0, then that after that full second after 0, a buy now button will pop up, and that's when I try to react. And I only count down to kind of get my like body and thumb ready to click on it. Basically, it sounds so crazy and so technical to say like a hybrid method, but it really is, because I'm like trying to time it, but I'm also like reacting to it at the same time. I know it sounds crazy, but just trying to go over my thoughts basically in my head, and hopefully that helps you guys. Jake the Doge. That's hilarious, man. So actually I'm actually a big believer in the Adventure Time. I do think Adventure Time will be big just because it was one of those early sets that were released in 2020. I mean, during their private pre-public launch. So I think those sets will be big time. I know Adventure Time and those characters aren't like the biggest IP in the world. It's not like it's not a Batman or Superman, but I think they have a pretty limited amount too, especially as we're going to see more and more users on the platform, more and more additions. I think the increase is going to happen slowly. We're going to see more and more additions increase. So I think those early sets will be big. Now, do I think they'll dip again? I think they got a good chance to dip. How much are they going to dip? I really don't know. Maybe they don't dip. I'm not sure the exact price what they're at right now. I know Jake the Dog's got a group. So it depends how strong that group is, but I think everything goes ups and downs, right? Nothing ever just goes up forever. There's always ebbs and flows to things. So there's always going to be another opportunity. I don't know how much it's going to dip, but I'm sure everything's going to dip a little bit. I mean, everything always dips and then everything goes back up, right? I mean, it's just the ebb and flow. That's what it is. There's in the micro, there's always ups and downs, but in the macro, usually you see things go really high up. Again, not financial advice, right? Nothing I say is ever financial advice. We got Nicole in the house. How we doing, fam? I missed the last live and drop. I got lucky. I actually got a rare last comic drop. I got a rare. Brendan said NFT Jeremy would be so dope to have the matching 89 Simpson set, bro. We need to make a deal. Yo, he's the man to make a deal, yo. NFT Jeremy is, he's a big time collector. Shout out to the Influencer Fantasy Football League. I think I play him next week, maybe. I think I might play him next week. Apparently, buy timer is 180 seconds now. First rebound is at 4 minutes, as per VeVe Vault. All right, shout out VeVe Vault, man. VeVe Vault's on lock with the rebounds. He's the rebound king, I guess. I gotta start watching his videos. Smash the like button, fam. Hey, appreciate you. Fun under the sun. So supposedly, if you get the rebounds, it was every 2 minutes, but now it's looking like it's every 4 minutes, maybe. I don't know why it's doing that, but definitely excited about tomorrow's news. I'm not sure what it's going to be. So I think it's going to be something big, of course, but I've kind of just, I always put myself in the position to where I'm not going to be let down, right? I'm not trying to hype it up and expect, something crazy and then be let down and cause a bunch of FUD if it's not, right? I'm not one of those. I mean, I do think it's going to be something big. I think the end of this year is going to be big. Into next year is going to be big. I mean, that's how I think. But I think this news specifically could be huge news, right? Could be absolutely huge, but I just don't want to be having those high expectations and then be let down. So if you do have huge expectations, I would just lower them a little bit so that way you could be surprised if it is something big, and then that way you're not let down if it's nothing that crazy. How we doing, fam? Getsy in the house. Disney moments are still going, right? I still think the Disney moments are still big. I know there's a little bit of a dip that happened with them, but again, everyone's saying that it crashed. I don't think it crashed at all because I bought Walt when it was 2,900, 3,000. And so, yeah, it dipped from 10K to I think 8K or 7 point something K right now. Like high sevens or low eights. But I don't think it crashed. I mean, there's always going to be retracements, right, in anything. And those are usually the opportunities to where if you're really looking to eye something down, right, in the market, you're waiting for that retracement to happen to pounce on it. If you believe in that collectible or comic long term. Disney FAs are a whole, bro. I believe so. I mean, Disney, you can't get a bigger IP than that, right? I mean, yeah, you could have I would say like a bigger cult following, right? Maybe a stronger following if that P word was to drop, right? But I mean, Disney's a huge IP. That's a huge brand, and to have the first ever NFTs released by Disney, I think that's gonna be so iconic in the future. That's a good move. I wish I did have two of each. I only have two homers and two walls, so it's not like I'm complaining, but I did wish I had like a whole full complete two sets. Petro said, once you can withdraw from VeVe, do you expect a lot of items to lose value? That's what a lot of people I think been kind of afraid of right now, but I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe there is, small little dips happening here and there. Maybe the market dips a little bit like we're seeing right now, but I think once people are able to cash out and withdraw, that's going to make this whole investment turn into a risky or turn from a risky investment into a safe investment. Because all these people who are waiting on the fence, right? Because they don't want to put their hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars into an app that they can't withdraw. Now, finally, they can withdraw at any time. It's going to be a lot easier for them to think, okay, well, this is a safe investment at that point then. Clearing your vaults help too. Absolutely. Absolutely. And how you do that is you just go to your profile tab at the very bottom of your screen. Then you go to your profile button. I'm sorry. Profile tab here, right? At the very bottom. We're going to go into the settings. Once you're in the settings, you go to My Files. And then you remove all downloaded files. That way you have no files downloaded on your phone. You have your whole entire collection still. You can re-download them at any time, so it's not like they're going away. But this way, when you're actually going for that drop, it should speed up your phone processing enough to where you're able to get that drop. So we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes left for the drop, 1:57 seconds. And what that does is when you add your collectibles in your showroom, it saves those files to your phone. So you can just load them into your showroom right away. So you want to delete those files right before drop most of the time. If you're just starting out and you don't really have a big collection, you don't really have to worry about that too much. Jake the Doge. Audible collectible. Huddle all Series 1 collectibles. I agree. Good luck to everybody. Yep. Ooh, it's actually a crazy call, but it could work out just because when you have duplicates, you're able to sell and then reinvest. So I think that's what Brendan means with that one. We want some financial advice. Sorry, I don't give financial advice, y'all. Colt, good luck, everybody. 1:05 to the drop. It's crazy how much I sweat in the very beginning, right after my shower, and then I get right back into the swing of things. December, how we doing? 50 seconds to the drop, everybody. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Collectible, because that way you're not let down, right? Big partnership. All right, 35 seconds. Coffee gate, y'all. You got to take a sip of coffee. 25 seconds. All right. I like coffee gate. You have a sip of coffee right before the drop. 20 seconds. 15 seconds, y'all. Kind of nervous. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Click. I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. I had to have gotten that one. That was like super light speed right there. Let's go. Focus up. I only have 75 gems left. NFT rich, cash poor. Definitely got to get my gems up. Especially if there's some big news tomorrow. $20,252. So a high serial number, but let's go. You know what that means? Could that be a secret rare? Oh man. Because usually, someone was asking if it's a high number, does that mean it's a common right away? And then vice versa. And shout out to everybody who else just got one. I'm pretty excited I just got one. But real quick, I want to go over the mint number thing. Oh, and example, here's how you can get a rebound. So that buy now button is still there. So it's going to come up with error. So if I didn't get one, I would just be on the screen right now and just tapping away. I never exited out. I'm not going to keep doing this because I already got one. I don't feel like I really need another one, honestly. I'd rather have it go to somebody else. But I just want to show you guys what that is. So basically, don't exit out. Once that buy now button is still there, just keep clicking it and hit OK. Error, hit OK. I mean, just keep listening to the stream and just keep hitting OK. That's what I would do. The worst thing you want to do is exit out and then come back in, and that buy now button is not there anymore. So if you tried it, you tried going for the drop, didn't get it, don't exit out. Stay on that buy now button screen and just keep tapping it. Just keep trying. Keep trying. Tiara, how we do? Wow. Okay. No luck. No. And Petro, we didn't get one. December, no luck. VeVe vibes. L here. Dubes got one. Knight Rider got one. Colton got one. Tommy said this is stupid. Dang. All right. So the three people that struck out in the beginning, did you guys all go for one tap or would you try your line gate today? Tony said this one was pretty smooth, even had top off gems. Oh, interesting. So you actually bought gems after the drop. So you didn't preload gems? That's good to know because a lot of people were asking if they could do that. Absolutely. Colton Road said rebounds, baby. So you got one on the rebound before 4 minutes? Colton, let me know if you got one before the 4 minute mark because that's interesting because it hasn't even been 4 minutes yet. William said, I got it, but made me do a CAPTCHA. Oh, no way. So William said, I got it, but made me do the CAPTCHA verification and lost it. No. Did you just mess up the CAPTCHA? Is that what happened? Like you just didn't get it right? You only had one chance? I got one, but I tried to get a rebound, and now it says that all other editions have been allocated for others. Yep. So I think maybe that's just a new message screen that says that. So it's almost like saying error. So maybe you can just keep tapping it. I'm pretty sure you can. It's just like basically a new message screen for users. So they see that they're all given out instead of saying like an error. But I think you can probably still get rebounds because it looks like other people are still getting rebounds. Cool. So Colton Road went one tap. Nice. Let's go. Getsy got one. Excuse me. VeVe Vibe said hard L here. I'm like 0 scores on the last 9 comic drops. Wow. Okay. See, it's funny because I thought a lot of people were having better luck with the comics and not as much luck with the collectibles. But it's interesting that you said that you had no luck with the comics. Dang. I feel like usually the comics are a little bit easier to get. Tapped about 15 times. Oh, okay, Dominique. So you actually went for the line gate technique. So you went for spamming it. Interesting. Have you ever went for the one tap style? Because I feel like maybe it's shifting to where the one tap is actually better for everybody. Maybe no. Yeah, I bought them after the drop too. Nice, nice. So that does work for everybody tuning in. You don't have to preload gems. You can get the gems, 0 gems starting out. You can go for the drop. If you get the drop, you can then add gems right there, which is actually amazing. So that way, when we have, retail prices of $400 or something like that, it doesn't force people to add in $400 and then they may miss the drop and then they're out of luck, right? Let's go. Boy Sam got one. Oh, that's a great man too. 1,173. That's what I'm talking about right there. So if that's a secret rare, bro, I think that's gonna be big time. If that's an ultra rare, that's a huge, huge come up. Tasmania in the house. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. I did it. Not sure what happened. Wow, it's so weird, man. So you did the captcha and you're not even sure if you failed it or anything. It just exited out. That's really unfortunate, man. I mean, I guess maybe like you just gotta the worst luck today, man. I mean, sometimes I've seen to where like shout out to Traps Wellington, man. I think it happened to somebody else too. Yeah, it was Alex, non-fungible Alex, man, in the community football league. Both times for both of them, I should say, both of them it happened to where they tried going for the drop, they got the drop confirmation screen, and there was no buy now button. So like they just it was just bad luck, man. I mean, it happens sometimes. I think just with the overload of people, the app kind of craps out once in a while. Little bug in the app sometimes. Rolando said he got one. One tap, one drop. What's the deal? Let's go. Got an uncommon. So yours got delivered already. Did mine get delivered? Nope. So if you did get one, you should be able to back out and come back in, and that's what your screen will look like. It'll say one order pending delivery. I'm in math class right now. That's hilarious. I don't know how you're listening to this in math class, but make sure you're paying attention to math class, man. School is important. You already know. The biggest thing about that is self-education. Make sure you get that education, man. Tiara said, I don't have any luck with comics at all. Wow. See, it's so hit or miss with people. Some people have better luck with the comics. I definitely have better luck with the comics. Like anytime a comic happens, I feel like I'm guaranteed to get one. And then with the collectibles, I feel like I have pretty good luck unless it's like under 2,000. Anything under 2,000 editions, I feel like I can't get. But Nicole said, no go. Johnny, congrats to you and all who got one. I did one tap. Thought it was smooth and on point, but nope. Dang, unfortunate, Nicole. At least you felt like it was a smooth drop, though. I mean, that's a good sign at least, right? I mean, it's better than not getting one. I'm not sure if you were here a couple months ago. You're I think kind of new, so I'm not sure. I don't think you were here a couple months ago, but I would say 5 to 7 to 8 months ago, March to like April, Mayish, the drops were a lot junkier. It's not as smooth. So you may have gotten one, may not have gotten one, but you didn't really know. And the fact that the drops are so smooth now really shows how much they've improved. I mean, we all know that we're not going to be able to get one every single time these days, but the fact that they are getting a little bit smoother every single drop definitely is a great sign. Even for Disney, I mean, Disney kind of overloaded things, right? We saw how those drops went. They weren't as smooth in the beginning, but as the week went on, they figured the recipe out, right? They figured out what was going on, and they definitely got smoother towards the end of the week. I had more luck with the Disney NFTs. And see, it's so funny because they were kind of not as smooth, those Disney drops. I think that actually helped out a lot of people to be able to get one who may not have normally got one. So it's just funny how sometimes it all works out. Let's go. First W in a while, JD. If it's a secret rare, you are a lucky charm. Wow. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to me. I think it's not even just me. I think it's the whole live chat. Because everybody in the live chat, everybody spreads good blessings. Everybody wants everybody else to do well. And I'm telling you, that energy is contagious. It really is. It's not just contagious in the community. It's contagious in life, right? If you're around negative people in the world, no matter what, politics, no matter what it is, right? You're going to feel that negativity. It's going to draw you down. It's going to take away your energy. You're going to be tired all the time. But when you're around those positive people who are constantly, spreading good vibes, constantly energetic, you're going to start to feel the same way. You're going to get inspired. You're going to be motivated just by being around them and talking to them. So I feel like it's spreading into the VeVe gods and everything. So Vander, hopefully you got one. Do you know what your mint number was? Let me know what one tap is the way. Let's go, Knight Rider. So the captures are random, William. Yup. I've gotten a capture once in a while. So basically, it is random, but sometimes also if they suspect any kind of suspicious activity or random activity or anything like that, it's an AI detection system to where they'll send out a captcha to your account just to make sure that it is a real person and you do have to fill it out. It's just like one of their security measures, basically, and they actually are kind of hard. I won't lie. I just got one a little bit ago. I might not have been last drop. It might have been last drop or the drop before. And I think I had boats, and some of the pictures, they weren't exactly whole boats. Like sometimes it was just the engine of the boat. And I was like, does that count as a boat? Like sometimes it can be hard. 1 for 1, coffee gate. Let's go. Again, the market does open up in about 30 to 40 minutes after the drop. Yeah, absolutely. No luck for me this time. Shows how strong Spidey's following on VeVe really is. Absolutely. And Spider-Man's following not just on VeVe is big, but in the entire world. I mean, look at the AMC Spider-Mans, right? AMC Spider-Man movie just came out. Those NFTs sold out in a second, 86,000 of them. They're not even in like premium quality. We don't even know what they are. But I mean, they sold out just because of the IP, the brand behind it. It doesn't matter what it looks like, right? It's Spider-Man. So that's why I think once the world finds out about VeVe and how easy and fun it is to use, once people find out that Marvel released their first ever NFT on VeVe, and that first ever NFT was Spider-Man on top of that, like, I really wish I still had all my common Spider-Mans, but I had to get Walt Disney, so I'm okay with that. But I think Spider-Man's going to go crazy. Rob struck out today, unfortunately. My man. Yeah, so Rob, this is why I wasn't sure about how those preloaded gems worked or not, because I remember you struck out and some other people have struck out too. He said I lost Iron Man on the Disney drop trying to upload gems after. And so that's one of the biggest reasons right there why I always like to preload my gems, just because I never wanted that to happen. I never wanted to. I mean, luckily, my man, it was only on Iron Man. I know these Disney moments are huge, but luckily it wasn't on Walt Disney or anything crazy big like that. But that's the only reason why I've always tried to upload gems before. They've said you don't have to. I think they've been constantly working on it. And I guess now maybe it is fixed. So maybe now that you can upload those gems after you get the buy now button or after you hit the buy now button. It's just a risk though at the end of the day. So if you can, I would say upload those gems before. Maybe I'll have to do another giveaway if I get another secret rare. Could you imagine if I didn't get a secret rare this entire time on VeVe, and then all of a sudden, because of Luke Blackby, since he gave me one, could you imagine if I just got a secret rare on the next drop too? That would be insane. Yeah. The Audible, he got shut out. No way. Man, Audible. I'm glad you got one last time, though. You did get one last time. I'm glad you did. Got one. This was my first time doing 3, 2, 1, 0 click. I failed the captcha, was somehow able to buy again, and I did not get captcha a second time. This app is scary. Wow, that's unbelievable. Well, I'm glad you actually got one. I'm glad it was your first time getting it. Was that your first time trying it too, or was that your first time just being successful with it? And unbelievable that you failed the capture, but then you're able to get one again. I mean, it pays off when you don't give up. Absolutely. Brendan got one. Let's go, Common Gang. Yeah, Colin, I know you've been here for a while now. Definitely, you've been here for a while. Comics are definitely harder to get these days. Orlando, rebound gang. So rebounds are definitely possible. You can definitely still get the rebounds. Riley Pie, you're funny, man. Same. Wow, VeVe vibes. Okay. Does that mean okay? Since then, L. I guess that's an L. I mean, Elsa and Walt. I mean, those are two huge collectibles to win. So shout out to you for winning those two collectibles. It's not every day you're gonna be able to get a drop like Walt. I'll tell you that right now. So that's amazing. Unfortunately, you struck out since then though. I mean, we've had a lot of drops. I mean, Decon was different though. So, like, I've only got one drop on Decon. So, but after the Decon drops, these comics a little bit easier here and there. So I would say, I would have expected to see you get one at least. So it's unfortunate you haven't got a win since then. I think you're due. I think you're due for a big drop if you've been striking out since then. One comic since then. Okay, so I think you are due. You are due for a big one. I do know a lot of people from the UK who do get drops. Definitely. Let's go. Shout out to K for this one, man. That's hilarious. I forgot that. I always ask K. As soon as I saw K got those 4 DeLoreans, I was like, let's go. I think they're going to be big, right? And it's just funny because those DeLoreans stayed pretty cheap for the longest time. And finally, those DeLoreans got some love. I think they're finally over like 600 or 700 maybe. Took a while for those for the DeLoreans to get some love though. That's for sure. You're hoping for a secret rare. Come on. Nice, dude. You got to win with your son. That's awesome. It's always good to see like whole families get involved in this because that's what this is all about at the end of the day. And I think we're going to see more and more families get involved for sure, especially as the drop system kind of changes a little bit. Shout out to NFT Jeremy, man. He put out a YouTube video. I think I told you guys to check it out the other day on live stream. But as we shift into this new drop system, obviously I'm not the biggest fan of it, right? I don't like the waiting room system. But again, excuse me, this coffee's making me burp. Jeez. I think I'm okay with it just because my collection is already huge, right? I don't need to get every single drop from here on out. Everything else from now, I look at as just a bonus, right? So there's so many more people on the app who don't have big collections, don't have any collectibles that have been striking out on the drop. So I think a waiting room will actually help those people get a drop once in a while. But again, I want the drops to still be fun for everybody at the same time. So they're trying to balance the needs of making it fun for everybody, but still making it fair and a family-oriented vibe, right? So it's not too hard for everybody. And so NFT Jeremy put out a video kind of giving his thoughts on it, right? And he had a pretty solid idea. It was like a 10-second waiting room, basically, that still keeps it kind of exciting, but at the same time allows people with like slower phones to get through. And although I don't love the waiting room system, right? I love the way the drops are right now. I wish we could keep them. I think if we did go to that system, I think he brought up some pretty valid ideas for it. So you might want to check that one out. Let's go, Spidey. Megilla Gorilla. That's an awesome name. I think it's just his personal announcement. Could be wrong, but I don't think there's anything tied in with the VeVe team. I think it's just Andre, Andre being Andre. Shout out to Andre. I think we're going to see a video. I think we are. But again, I don't know what to expect. I think that's part of what makes this community so much fun is because we're always, surprising people, keeping people on the edge. The excitement's crazy. The only thing is it turns from that to where if nothing happens, people then get disappointed, right? So I want people to realize it's great to have excitement, anticipation, but just on the other side, don't be disappointed. Don't feel let down, right? That's the only pro and con with it all. So that's one reason why I'm not trying to hype people up too much because I don't want people to feel let down and disappointed and there be like more rounds of FUD, basically. Onwards and upwards. Yep, absolutely. 48 people watching and 10 plus with the dub. I'm happy for everyone, but does seem sus. What seems suspicious, my man? Let me know in the chat how many people got one today. Are you saying that there's too many people who got one? Are you saying the live stream is rigged? Hey, maybe it is. Maybe everybody who tunes into the live stream has a better chance of getting one. And if you smash the like button, it increases your chances even more. What pop collectibles do you have, and what are they? What pop collectibles do it? Oh, you mean the okay, the Funko Pops? Is that what you're talking about? I forget I even have some of them up there. All right, so I actually have a pretty decent sized Funko collection. It's nothing crazy, right? I don't have like hundreds of Funkos, but once I found VeVe, it really got me into my collecting bag, and I had to get some physicals. Now, obviously, the Funkos aren't crazy valuable, right? They're really not valuable at all yet, or they even might not be. I'm not expecting them to be really valuable. I just got them for my personal satisfaction, just something to feed my soul. Some of my favorite characters. I got Lil Wayne, Allen Iverson, Biggie Smalls, Tupac, a lot of Biggie Smalls, a whole bunch of different variations of him. Mike Trout, Tiger Woods, some collectibles and Funkos that probably people weren't really expecting. Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, like the three goats in golf. I got Tupac, I think I said, right? Tupac, Biggie, Lil Wayne, Eminem is one from 8 Mile. I think it's B Rabbit, but basically just Eminem. I had to have an Eminem one. That's the only Eminem Funko there was. So I think it is, Saggy Dot, using multiple devices for the same account. I don't think you should be using multiple devices at all. To be honest, I really think you should only be using one account, one phone. Now, there's exceptions for accounts because some people have accounts for like their kids and everything like that who can't actually have an account. So I think that's an exception. But for the phones, I would say just use one phone. I would just say use one phone. Nicole said, I wish VeVe Omi would partner with TCG. They could put their second headquarters on that metaverse. They both have Pokemon in common. What is TCG, Nicole? I feel like I definitely know it. I just can't think of what that stands for right now. This is a tough question too. We've definitely seen the Ghostbusters card ultra rare. It did appreciate faster than that ultra rare DeLorean right away, but again, I think it's because of the mints. I think they're both going to be incredibly important. I think they're two legendary cars. I think the ultra rare DeLorean may carry a little bit more weight long term, just because it's the first ever car. So eventually, we're going to see old school GM cars, futuristic cars. We're going to see Need for Speed, or not Need for Speed, Fast and the Furious cars. So we're going to see a whole bunch of cars on the app at one point. And I think having that first ever car, even if there's more additions right away, I think that'll become just legendary. But right away, up until that point, I think the Ghostbusters Ultra Rare may have a little bit more value right now just because of the, fewer additions. But I do think that Ultra Rare DeLorean will be big time. We got Kelvin in the house. How we doing, fam? How we doing, brother? Green Chuck, let's go. Mine's actually still delivering. I'll be going live again. Definitely for the next drop. But I'm going to be going live a lot more often. Let me know in the chat too. Do you guys want to see more live streams or more videos? What do you guys want to see more? I like doing both. A lot of times when I make videos, when I was making videos before the live streams, people were saying they want to see more lives and kind of see more of just my everyday, how I am instead of just all the edits. So that's why I was like, you know what? All right, let me kind of kill two birds with one stone. Let me do the drop streams and just go live and kind of talk about things afterwards. But I kind of want to get back to the videos as well. Yeah, the DeLoreans are definitely going up. Even the commons, the rares are up to like $100. I remember the commons were $13 at one point. The common DeLoreans went all the way down to $13. Can you believe that? I think I had 15 commons at one point. Hey, we got James in the house. Hey, buddy, Jabe here. I was in the middle of a discussion and didn't make it. All good, brother. All good. Appreciate you for tuning in. Asco Mully said, got a comment 841. Should I keep it or sell it? So I've just been on a huge recent addiction to low mint commons. Excuse me. Now, 841, it's a little bit higher in that tier, but again, it's a 3-digit. Now, I've been picking up even higher digit higher mint 3 digits. So even if it's 900, 800, I think they're steals. For the price points, what they're at right now, because the commons are the ones that have the original cover of the physical counterpart. So I think if you can get a low mint common, it's going to be, big time. Now, this comic book isn't a holy grail, so I don't think it's going to be legendary, but I think that common is a keeper. It's not financial advice. You can do whatever you want to do, my man. But again, if you're just if you're just starting out, you're going to have some options, and it's all going to depend on your preference. Someone just starting out may want to sell it for gems to kind of keep building their collection. I don't think you're going to get too much right now for that comic book. So I think it would be worth just holding. I think it would be more valuable just to hold long term than to sell it for whatever it's going to go for right now. Probably not that much, unfortunately. So I would hold that one if it was me. I did get one, Danny. I did. I just don't know which one I got. Maybe I'll check again. Let me see. All right, so I got a common. So I got a high mint common. Nothing crazy. This is what it looks like. I do like the cover on this a lot, though. I actually think I might try to go for a low mint common of these, just because I really like the cover. So that 841, that was actually one that I would probably try to search for and buy. So because I think people are going to let them go for too cheap right now. So if I was you, I would hold that one, my man. wait, what? Imagine being angry and after that watching the hour and it says 1703. I'm not sure what you're referring to, my man. Colin said, yeah, sold the all except for a skateboard and I got 10 of the common, dude. Nice. Hey, Paz. Yeah, Paz said, I still haven't hit a Secret Rare comic, but I hit a Secret Rare Storm 2 weeks ago, so I'm not complaining. Secret Rare Storm, man, that's a great one to have. I think it's one of the best animations, too, out of all the collectibles. It's definitely one that I wanted. It's the first ever X-Men. I think people are sleeping on that because we saw a dip. And again, I think that's just because we're going to have so many drops coming to where people may not be the biggest fans of Storm. So they were like, okay, you know what? Let me take the gems. But once we start seeing a lot more X-Men, once all the X-Men are dropped, think of having the very first one that ever had it, right? So I think it's kind of a long-term hold, but that's definitely a good one to have for sure. Especially you're the original owner of it too. Yeah, Brendan got blessed big time. You got a super low min secret rare hit monkey. Brendan said I participated in every comic drop and I've never hit a secret rare until last week when they decided to bless me back to back. I forgot you went back to back too. Got the Hawkeye and the hit monkey secret rare. That's big time. Can you explain the waiting room? Yeah, absolutely, Billy Kid. So I think I'm really far back on these chats. Wow. I'll catch up in a little bit. But so the waiting room is basically when the timer hits 0, right? It's first come, first serve, and it's literally in a split second sells out. So waiting room would be like, okay, timer hits 0. You have 10 seconds to join the waiting room. Everybody joins, and then it randomly puts you in a line. So if there's 10,000 collectibles, it'll randomly put you in line. Once you hit the buy now, you have 10 seconds in that waiting room. Some drops, some platforms, they have like a 30-minute waiting room. And see, I'm not a fan of those because it's just boring. Like you're just waiting there for 30 minutes and nothing happens and you randomly get assigned. So this way, if it's like a 10-second, if they can do it in a short amount of time, it can still kind of have like some kind of adrenaline rush type thing. but it'll be fairly distributed randomly to where if there's only 10,000 comics or collectibles, you may be 15,000 person in line, and you're probably not going to get one. So it'll be randomly kind of distributed like that. Let me just scroll down. Sorry if I didn't. Yeah, some people are saying waiting room. That doesn't sound so good. It'll definitely be. Fam. Yeah, shout out to you, Andre, for tuning in and listening. It's just awesome to see somebody like Andre, man, be in the community with all of us. You know, I think it's only the beginning, right? We're going to see all of his buddies start joining in and so many more. I mean, it's just been unbelievable. Colton Road. So many things I want to do right now. I want to check the market. I want to go over the newest announcement. Let's see first if the market is open. So the market's still closed. This time, Billy Bob Bitcoin. Unfortunate, my man. I can't wait for a Hulk drop if that comes soon. James said, not going to lie, these drops are easier than getting sneaker drops at retail price. And that's what people aren't realizing, right? I mean, Jabe, I didn't realize that you're into the sneaker community collecting either. I really was never, but I've had a lot of friends that were, and they've showed me what it was like. They've told me what it was like. And so you know how hard it is to get sneakers and all the latest drops of that. So I think how the drops are going with VeVe, how smooth it is and everything, I think we really are blessed, man. A lot of people just don't realize. Oh, that's fire, man. Fixed it, Brendan. Oh, trading card games. Oh, yep. That's what TCG. Yep. I agree. And so, Nicole, I don't know if you know this or not, because I think it was Nicole who brought it up. David Yu actually he owns like a card trading whole game. He has a whole shop himself. Like he's the man. He the fact that he's already done all this in a whole another business and he's had so many businesses, right? He's all into the trading card games to where I think his whole plan is to make it happen with VeVe somehow in some kind of way. Now I don't know how he's going to integrate it, but I think that's his goal. And with the help of legendary Al Khan, I've always been under the impression to where Al Khan's legacy is going to be he's going to take all of his famous brands, IPs that he's worked with over the years to really help make, he's helped so many of these legendary brands go mainstream to where he's just going to put them on the VeVe app and make them last forever. He's going to take all the brands that he's helped market, help start up, help the world find out about, and he's just going to make them last forever digitally through the blockchain on VeVe. That's how I think his legacy is going to be played out. Yeah. Trading card games, definitely. We want it all, Abrasive. Oh, okay, both. Okay, so you guys are saying live streams and the videos. Nice. Okay, good to know. Wow, 25 minutes? Ken Yu got a huge rebound. That's determination right there. I like that. That's persistence. That's never giving up. I'm trying to catch up. Oh, okay. I got you. You're saying that's why you were late. How can I get in the waiting room? So the waiting room's not happening just yet. That's the drops are basically how they are right now. The drops sell out in a second, right? But because the drops sell out so quickly, they're going to try to change the drop system to eventually move into a waiting room to where when the buy now timer goes to 0, you click buy now. It'll probably say join waiting room instead of buy now. And then you have probably a 10-second window, and then you'll get randomly distributed into, somewhere in that line. And that's basically how I think it'll work. We don't know the details yet. They're still trying to figure it out themselves. Somebody said the Matrix drop was a disaster. Yeah, Frog is definitely a classic. I like the Frog a lot. I definitely see Nike having sneakers soon too. I mean, we saw Adidas just hop into it, right? I can't wait till like Nike, Jordan, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's gonna happen. I just want to see virtual 3D Jordans on VeVe. That would be amazing. Because how many people would try to get every single Jordan, right? I would. I would at least go for my favorites. Waiting room be a feature. Yep. Ken, you said waiting room will be a feature part of the buying process. It'll be the buy now button. I think so too. Hey, Colin, appreciate you for tuning in. Big time, big time. Facts, man. Still pending. Come on, sir. So, brother, hopefully that answered your question. You've asked it a few times. I think we answered it, but I'll answer it one more time. Basically, you can't get into the waiting room right now because it's not a thing yet. The drop system drops sell out in like 0.1 seconds right now, so quickly to where the team's thinking about changing the drop system to a waiting room. So once that happens, we'll find out how that works. But the waiting room is not a thing just yet. Market is open. Market is open. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. Appreciate y'all. All right, so we got, let's figure it out. Commons. There's only 130 in the market, and it's at $10. Uncommons. There's only 48 in the market, and it's $27. Rare. There's only 30 in the market, and it's $55. Ultra rare. There's only 17 in the market, and it's $380. Secret rares. There's 12 in the market, and it's $900. So I got a feeling that this comic is going to dip pretty hard right now. But again, not financial advice. I have no idea what it could do. But again, I'm not telling you not to buy it. I'm not telling you to buy it. Just going over the prices and what I think. I think also we have so many more people on the app now to where things may not happen the same way they happened before. If this was like a typical drop pre-Disney, we would see probably these comics start out a certain price, and as they get flooded into the market, as more and more users have their comics get delivered to them, they're going to put them into the market for sale. So the number in the market will go up. And tends to happen. What tends to happen is these people undercut each other. So the prices tend to dip. And that's usually when the buying opportunity occurs. Yeah, man. RIP to Virgil, man. Big time. I did not expect that one. That was kind of shocking news. Big time. Thanks for the stream, bro. Over and out. Hey, can you appreciate you big time for tuning in? Appreciate your support. Can you imagine if we get those movies on VeVe one day too? Nicole said, all right, Johnny, got to go. Hopefully we'll make it to you next live. See ya. Hey, appreciate you big time for tuning in, Nicole. Sorry you didn't get one today. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Definitely would need one of those statues. Could you imagine? You know what's crazy too? I know David Yu's a huge like Supreme fan. I know he likes Louis V a lot too. I could definitely see. I mean, we have a Walt Disney statue. If we have a Walt Disney statue, I think we could get a statue of anybody. And that would be big time. Can you imagine that? A Virgil statue? A Virgil Abloh statue would be iconic because not only is it just everybody in the VeVe community who knows him right now, everybody in the world knows him, and it would drive them to VeVe. So, man, that would be iconic. Let's go over the prices one more time. Now we got 216 in the market. The common $7.99, $8. 94 in the market for the uncommon, $20. 63 in the market for the rare, $63. That's weird. 26 in the market for the ultra rare, $250. 22 in the market for the secret rare, and it is down to $700. So again, pretty cheap, pretty cheap. And these are what they look like. They're actually pretty vintage looking, a different style aesthetically than we've ever seen, I think, so far on the comics. So the common comic is right here, obviously. which I think the common looks the best. I'm the biggest fan of the common. But then you have the uncommon, which I think it looks great. Then the rare, the ultra rare, and then the secret rare. Come on, focus up for me. Nope, not gonna do it. I'm actually not sure which one I am sure which one my favorite is. I made that decision quick. My favorite one is the common. So I think I may end up, if I have the extra gems, which I don't right now currently, but if I end up getting the extra gems, I may try to get a low mint common of this one. Not because it's going to be a valuable one, but again, this is just one for me personally that I like the cover of a lot. So I would like to just hang it up with low mint number in my showroom. Colton said the real coffee gate. That's my Bob Marley cup. Shout out to everybody who got one today. Let me know if anybody's comic got delivered. All the new users, it does take a little bit to get your comic delivered. I know it's not ideal that the market does open before yours gets delivered, but I think they're working on it to where you will get yours delivered eventually. Everybody's before the market opens. But you got to remember, they're trying to deliver 60,000 editions to people, to where that may take some time. But got a comment. Over and out. I think I maybe I should give this one away. If anybody is on the stream right now who's new and doesn't have many collectibles, write your VeVe username in the comments if you want a Johnny Dunn originally owned comic book. Gonna do a giveaway real quick. Let's see it. Let's see it. If you don't have many collectibles and you're new and you want a Johnny Dunn originally owned comic book, write in the comments in the live chat. VeVe username. How new are we talking? Stefan's been here for a little bit. Yeah, I like the older comics too, Jabe. The older comics are like the grails, you know, you can't find them anywhere. Billy the Kid, are you new, brother? I feel like you are new. Paul was the first one. Paul, are you new? Don't be fooling me if you got a whole, 50 sets. I think Paul is new. Bash 121. Let's go. Hopefully, Paul, you are new and I helped you out. Let's go. Billy Bob. I only have 3 common comics. Rick Moros. Good looking out, bro. Okay, good to know for the future. Good to know, Billy Bob. Jose, I got 3 collectibles. Good to know for the future. Good to know. I like being able to give the collectibles as much as I want to give all my collectibles away, like to everybody I help. I can't do that, obviously. And I like to help out the people who've supported me the whole time, even if they've had a big collection or not. Like just to give back to the people who have supported me. But also, I really try to give it out to the people who are new, because I don't want new users to, feel discouraged or stuff like that. So I really like trying to give the collectibles, comics, etc., to the new users, even if they're just tuning in for the first time, etc., because it makes them feel good. They're brand new to the app, etc. A lot of times people have been striking out. Let's go. My man's just leaked his friend's number. What's funny about that is that it was an automated text message. It actually wasn't even a friend's number, so you can try to text that, but I don't think it's going to go through. It's so funny that just happened, though. But let's see. That is really funny. Let's go. Hulk smash that like button. Appreciate that. I'm going to text JD's friend. It wasn't even a friend. That's so funny. Hey, let's go, man. Paul, I'm just glad that you actually told the truth. You're a new user, because that's how these things will all. You guys are all laughing. That's actually how these are all. I want to be able to help people out on live stream who tune in and everything like that. But again, I don't want people to take advantage of it, lie to me, etc., and say they're new when they're not new at all and they have like 50 sets. But I think most of the time everybody's pretty, good-hearted, good faithful. Yeah, it's hilarious. That's great. No, Paul, I'm glad I could help out. I know that comic isn't like a crazy, yeah, fun. I know that comic's not like a crazy valuable one, but it feels good to get a little comic for free, and hopefully from me it means a little something. So again, shout out to Luke Blackby, man. Go follow Luke Blackby. We did it, guys, too. We got him over 400 followers. I remember yesterday on the stream, I was saying, let's try to get Luke over 400, because I think it was like only 40 some people in the stream. And I think he had like 360. And I was like, let's get him over 400. And look, y'all, 406. Focus up for my guy. One time. Luke _ Blackby. The man. That was my first ever secret rare, too. Unbelievable. Yeah, Brendan's brand new. Psych. But yeah, this is definitely a good time. Colin, you don't have to do that. I appreciate you big time. Maybe what I'll do is I'll set up a thing soon to where if anybody wants to donate to a giveaway, they can donate to me to a giveaway. I'll shout you out on the stream, on Twitter, etc., for donating to the giveaway. And then I'll give that comic that you give to me away to somebody else. That way, the winner can have a comic book from you. Hey, let's go. The super chat, man. Appreciate you big time. That way, the comic can come to me. It can be not originally owned, but it can be owned by me, and then I can give it out to somebody else too. Fun under the sun with a super chat. Let's give JD the machine some love. Appreciate you guys big time. But maybe we could do that, Colin, so that way you don't have to give me a comic book. I think it would be better off. It would have a little bit more value, a little bit more meaning if you gave it to me, and then I could give it away to somebody else, and then I'll shout you out for the giveaway. Man, fun under the sun. Let's go with the super chat. Appreciate you so much, my man. Riley Pie, brand new user here. Started with the Marvel Spider drop in August. That is pretty new. You're definitely, I would say, you're in the middle. You got some experience, but definitely relatively new. Another giveaway. Man, it's a problem because I'm like, all right, now I'm kind of running out of duplicates. I got to be careful, right? I can't be giving away too many. Yeah, we are about to hit our VeVe birthday soon. It's about to be crazy. Yeah, we're all new. Think about that, right? We're all new. Less than 1 year in this. A&S. Hi, Johnny. I've joined VeVe last month and haven't got much collectibles. My username is Adam112. I appreciate anything. Hey, appreciate you big time, my man. Definitely good to know for the future. Adam112. Keep that in mind. Hey, appreciate you, Colton. Big time. Big time. Colton Rowe. What's your Twitter or not your Twitter IG, but your Twitter username? Man, I cannot talk today. Lack of sleep plus excitement will do that, right? Just has your mind racing all over the place on so many different things at once. You can't even focus on what you're about to say. I think I started off the stream like that. I couldn't even talk right. My mind's on so many different things right now. Just want to say I appreciate the super chats, last few days. Appreciate you guys so much, man. Big time. Let me go over one more time the market. Let's see what we got here. We got, all right, Ultimate Spider-Man #1 common. So we got a lot more in the market, but again, we still don't even have 1,000 in the market. So I think we still have many more to get delivered. But the common is $9 for the floor. The uncommon, there's only 122 in here, $23. The rare, 97 in the market, $68. 41 available for the ultra rare, $215. Secret rare, $730, and only 24 available. I know, Riley Pie. How crazy is that, right? Man, those times we all wish we had back, right? Riley said, I used to give my friends Marvel comics to get them into the app. That first comic drop, you could keep buying as many as you could afford. Wish I knew what I knew now. I'd have them all. Yeah, absolutely, man. Don't forget the username. Hey. Don't forget that username. Keep reminding me each stream. It's too long to type. I message you. All right, cool. Oh, okay, cool. I'm already following you. I got you. Awesome. Just making sure. Just making sure that I was following you, because sometimes when people message me, I have so many messages I haven't even checked yet. So shout out to you if you sent me one of those messages. If I'm not following you on Twitter, it just comes up in my request box, and there's so many of them right now to where I still have to get to them all. But Colin, I see your message. I'm following you on Twitter. Today's spider comment will drop below 8 soon. Don't FOMO into early new users. Yeah, absolutely. I think it will drop just because we see so many times over and over again, especially on a not a key book, right? To where now there's 275 in there, but again, there's so many that still have to get delivered to everybody's actual account. So as more people get their comic book delivered, they're going to put them in the market for sale, which is going to just kind of dilute it, saturate it, bring that price down a little bit. That's just been the trend that's usually happened. Still waiting on this comic. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while. That's the only downside of it, right? I mean, sometimes you do have to wait a while. Same for Brendan. Absolutely. Let's see if there's any more Twitter updates. Comics and cryptos. I forgot to even repost people who got one today. Sheesh. Wow, $1 million worth of comics. I just saw comics and cryptos. Look at this. This is crazy. $1 million worth of comics. This is pretty wild. Just how it's all set up and everything like that. It's pretty cool. Cryptos and Comics, he just put out a tweet saying Torpedo Comics LV's vault. That's pretty wild. Who got one today? Let's go. Who got one? Who got one? I don't see any green trucks. Let's go. Somebody got one. The Jim Henson Company partners with VeVe to offer the first ever NFT digital collectibles based on the hit film Labyrinth. Wow, that's big time. Labyrinth is one of the most iconic fantasy films of all time. Whew, just announcing more partnerships. That's big time. Oh yeah, when comics in the showroom, this is gonna be crazy. I definitely think it'll be integrated with Volume 2, the showroom 2, and I think that's gonna be awesome. I think finally we're gonna be able to hang these comics up on the wall, right, as like little artwork pieces, or even I'm sure people are gonna blow them up. I probably will with a few of them as the ceilings, the floors, right, the walls. I think for the most part, I'm gonna try to make a huge comic wall of just all my favorite low mints and special ones that I like a lot. Knight Rider said, "Is somebody here who has the iPhone SE 2020? Because my iPhone, the AR not working good every time I open the AR phone, or the AR, the app goes down." Interesting. So the iPhone SE 2020 seems like the app goes down every time you open up the AR function. Interesting. That might be a little bug. I mean, I might have to let one of the devs know about that. Interesting. Let me know if anybody else is having that problem with that same phone. Because sometimes that is the case, right? Sometimes with certain phones to where certain things don't work quite right. But thanks for letting me know. I'm glad you did. I'll take any donations. Joe M. Do you have the Joe M Batman? Joe M? That'd be nice for your username. I do think it's going to come with Showroom 2. I'm really excited for Showroom 2. I'm glad, too, that we get to keep our Showroom 1s, too. Anybody who makes a bunch of showrooms now, you're going to be able to keep those showrooms as kind of like an OG, right? And that way, even though the Showroom 2 will be better looking, obviously, shout out to Trevor doing an unbelievable job on them. But having the Showroom 1 is kind of going to be like that OG stunt, right? So I'm excited for that. Especially because you're taking a lot of time to make these showrooms and everything on the Volume 1. It's going to be cool to actually have that, replicated in the next showroom, too. This is a fact, big time. Because think about it. I've been thinking about it this way, right? Reese has already said that we're going to be able to charge money if you have a big enough showroom for entry, right? So imagine if you have just one showroom that's amazing and you can charge entry for that, right? But now think about it this way. You have 10 or 20 showrooms that look amazing and you can charge entry on each one. You're just literally compounding that. Like you're like 10xing that at least. Paul Will, let's go. What's that song called, Johnny? And I did it my way. In my prime. It's so funny because when I made that song in like 30 minutes, literally so quick. It was the day after I did my first ever live show in Elizabethtown, New Jersey. And I did that one in February 22nd or the 27th, something like that, end of February in 2020. And then obviously we know a couple weeks later, March happened and Corona hit. But that live show, I never did a live show before. So I went there, had a vision of how it was going to be and everything. And I killed it. And it went exactly how I expected it. The fans there, they loved it. They vibed with it. I came home and I was on such a high of like adrenaline, everything that just happened. It was unbelievable feeling. I stayed up all night. Obviously, I was like, wow, this is an incredible feeling right now. And that's when I made that song. It was like 5 a.m, and I just made it in like 30 minutes. And I ended up putting it out later that summer. Nothing really happened, right? I just put it out. Nothing really happened. A couple months after that, October happened, and that's when Pat McAfee played it on his show. And that's when everybody, even in my town, who heard it the first time, but as soon as they heard it on Pat McAfee's show, they were like, yo, this song is fire. It just come out. And I was like, you guys all heard it months ago, but you didn't like it until Pat McAfee played it. Just in my hometown. That's usually how it goes, right? So it was just awesome to see somebody like Pat play and just get the song out there to the public and let the public decide if they like it or not, you know? So I appreciate that big time. I make a decent one once in a while, right? See, that's what, like, a lot of people just they don't have the foresight yet to really see where this is going. So a lot of people have such a short-term vision. They don't understand that people actually pay big money to go see wax museums in real life. And what we're creating here is the same exact thing, just in a digital world. So even back in March, when nobody even had a clue that people could pay for showrooms, I was making my whole VeVe collection based on one day I saw the vision of having a virtual showroom to where people could come in and pay, a small fee to see and look at what a 500,000, 100,000, $1 million showroom looks like. Because these are premium licensed digital collectibles. Meaning when you go to a wax museum and you see the Spiderman there, people are paying money to take pictures with it, etc. That's the same thing that's happening here, just in the digital world. Master Collector, that's what I'm after. That was my first banger with Pineapple Gang, man. It's wonderful. I'm telling you, his album right now is going to shake up the whole entire NFT space. This album he has is unbelievable. Appreciate you big time, man. We got Willow Kid. Yo. What's good, JD? Late to the party, but we copped today. Zoom. Nice, bro. Yo, you're spreading the word yourself. It was on a Zoom with a homie explaining NFTs. Love spreading the knowledge. Absolutely, man. And that's what it takes. It really does take an effort one by one from us all, man, because it's an education process, right? This whole space is brand new to where most people still don't even understand what an NFT is, let alone VeVe, OpenSea, all these different things, right? To where it's an education process that does need to happen over time, for sure. Absolutely. Stefan said, "You think the Disney NFTs are undervalued?" I do think they're undervalued still. I know they're up there in price, so I'm not telling you to go buy Walt right now. I'm not telling you to go spend $2K on the Disney hat. I'm not, again, not financial advice, because it is a lot of money, right? I wouldn't be able to spend that kind of money on it for sure. I would try to look for things that, are really undervalued. I may not say, even though I believe that every Disney NFT will go up like this time next year for sure, in my opinion only. I think for right now, there's things that you can capitalize on in the moments. For example, Homer and Bart. This is the first collectible ever licensed by Disney that they released. Now, people want to argue, rightfully so. It's a good debate to have. Is this the first Disney character, etc.? Now, that's just all an opinion, which is a great debate to have. I think it's a healthy debate to have too. That's a fun one. But at the end of the day, the facts are the first ever NFT licensed by Disney that was released on VeVe is Homer and Bart and the skateboard. So I think right now, and it's the only one that's autographed, that's signed on the bottom. So I think that will be big time. And right now it's only about $600-700, I think. Only. I was fortunate to snag mine at 190 or 170, 200, and I got a third one at like 300, I think. So luckily I was able to get in early. But again, it's $600-700 range for the first ever NFT licensed by Disney. I think will be iconic, especially once they release more Simpsons collectibles. Before we even drop Disney as a license, I was saying if we have the Simpsons, can you imagine how many characters are going to be? People will have whole collections of just the Simpsons. So to have the first ever one, I think is going to be huge. Brandon said I scooped up Wally or scripted dupe Wally trying to get an extra Iron Man C3PO too. Solid moves. Res Lone in the house. Rez, you got an ultra rare, bro. Congrats, my man. Congrats. That is big time for sure. Ultra rare on these comics are going to be big too. Exactly, Willow. Exactly, and that's the thing. I'm not trying to charge $100 right for entry. That's not the whole point of this. I want people to see it. Um, people. Willow said people could charge $1, and if your showroom is dope enough with millions of people in the app, how much could you make a day? I believe some people can make a lot. I agree, absolutely. And shout out to True Tech, the Vaultaholics, and all those people. Emoji. Who else is Chill Crazy? I know I'm leaving so many people out. Shout out to everybody who's making crazy, crazy vaults out there, because I really do see it as being another whole income stream. Oh, Red Zone, I would not be using one of those, my man. I think you're kidding, but I would definitely not be using one of those, man. If you have one, I would definitely not use it. Where can I find your music? Hey, appreciate you, Chris, big time. So it's on Apple Music. Some of it's on YouTube. If you scroll all the way down, you'll be able to find it. Apple Music, Spotify, Pandora. I think it's on Pandora Music. Pretty much everywhere. Haven't made too much new music lately. VeVe kind of took over. And I've not been in the music zone at all I've been too plugged in. And when you're creating, you got to plug out, man. And I've been way too plugged in. Trying to help just build this community up, but I'll definitely plug out and get back into my creative bag in a little bit. I've been saying that for a while now, but I really got to plug out and go do it. Yeah, same. Hey, Reslon, appreciate you big time, man. Johnny got that donation game. Hey, appreciate you big time, Res. Definitely. Man, Reslon, he's an artist himself, man, on OpenSea. He's done a lot of art for me too. I put in my YouTube videos. Sometimes I make my banner out there on Twitter. That reminds me also. Shout out to Notorious VeVe, man. He just made my artwork on my banner. I'm gonna make my YouTube banner as well. I haven't done it yet. I think you guys kind of see it. Made this awesome artwork for me. Notorious VeVe. And that's the kind of stuff that Reslone can do too. Reslone has made a bunch of art for me as well. So if you guys want some extra art for some community members, go check him out, OpenSea. How's the V markets looking? Hey, we still alive, baby. How low can the secret rare go before delivering? I'm surprised you haven't got yours delivered yet. So the V markets are looking kind of low right now, kind of low. 475 in the market now. But again, that's what I mean by now 480. So as we see more and more comics collectibles get delivered to people after the drop, you're going to see the market filled up with those collectibles as they list them for sale. So now there's 480 available in the market for the commons, but it's back up to $10. I'm sorry, now it's 880. So it looks like people are trying to sweep the floor, make it at least $10. Now there's 201 available for the uncommon. 24.50 is the price. 166 available for the rare. $62. 76 available for the ultra rare. 170. 36 available for the secret rare. 588. Pretty low on the secret rares. Pretty low. Still have some Omi NFT to give away. Hey, what symbol is that? There's like an eyeball. I think that's an eyeball symbol. Brendan asks, do you think Green Goblin or Doctor Doom are good long-term HODLs? I think they're solid, but collectibles are just too much more appealing as of right now due to no comics in the showroom. I think Green Goblin is a big time. It's the first appearance of Green Goblin in that comic. It's definitely going to be a good one. And same with Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is definitely a good comic as well. A Fantastic Four. First appearance of Doctor Doom. Definitely good long-term HODLs, I think. In my opinion, not financial advice. I agree that the collectibles are more appealing right now because of the showroom, but you got to remember comics will be in there. Like it's a fact that comics will be available in your showroom. And so I think we're going to see a big spike in comics, even the common ones. Maybe not at first because everybody wants to put the holy grails obviously in the showroom. I wouldn't do that too. But I think as people get accustomed to doing that, people will start getting creative and putting, say, the Marvels #1, not the Marvel Comics #1, but just the Marvels #1, the one comic that's not that valuable with the fire, the torch. That comic is like the floor or the ceiling because of the fire background and everything. Stuff like that, I think, could eventually increase those prices on those comics. Tony said, I haven't gotten mine yet. You will, you will. It's unfortunate. I know it's frustrating because you don't get them right away. When? Soon, brother. Soon. Wow, ultra rare Doom. That's a good one, man. That's definitely a good one. I believe it. Comics and Crypto says MC1 common will be $500. I believe that. I believe it. Absolutely. That's a good call by him. I think it could even see higher than that, right? I mean, the floor price will probably be 500. I absolutely agree. And we already see right now the 3 digits of those are like 2K. So think about that. The common 2 digits or the common 3 digits are over like $2,000 right now. And if you look at the sub 600, sub 700, crazy numbers right there. So that's definitely a good call. But when I guess this is what you're referring to. When is it going to be $500? I could say in a few months. I mean, we've already seen it go from $4. Right, people are really selling Marvel Comics #1 for $4, all the way up to now $90. So I think in just a few more months, maybe 4 or 5 months, we could definitely see it. Even less than that, even less than 4 or 5. I'm thinking like 2 or 3, maybe. Things move quick, man. Especially, it all depends if immutable happens, right? I mean, if these are interoperable on OpenSea and the comic books are too, can you just imagine what that's going to do? Like, I think comic floors will move quicker simply due to the amount of people willing to spend less on the collectibles. Not everyone has stacks to drop. Commons will go quick, in my opinion. Absolutely, absolutely. And that's one thing that I think the reason why they made the commons the physical cover book of the counterpart, because just like David says all the time, how sometimes the more sought after ones or the more valuable ones will be the commons. Just because it says common doesn't mean it's going to be like a common one, right? So I think that's what he did with the comic books too. Obviously, the ultra rare, the secret rare, they're going to be crazy valuable too, just because the small amount of numbers there are, right? Edition number wise. But I think that's kind of goes into the whole premise of like why they make the skateboard the more rare one with the least editions compared to Homer and Bart, because Homer and Bart is so iconic already to where it's already going to have that demand. To where the skateboard, that demand may not be there, but that demand is there now because of the fewer editions. So I think that's a great job by the VeVe team to make the common have the actual physical counterpart, and then to make the secret rare a cover, like a whole different cover, but only make it 500 editions, because that makes the value right there automatically, right? I definitely think the commons are solid. Didn't get a comment today initially, but I grabbed the comment 8855 for 16 gems. Solid, solid. Yeah, I mean 16 gems seems a little high, right? Because the floor is only like $9 or whatever it is, $9, $10. I wasn't able to grab a floor price for 9. It kept coming up with error. So I did scroll down. I think I got one for like 13 or something like that. But again, 16, 13. If it dips back down to 8, 7, $10, you're really not losing that much, and you're locking one in, right? I mean, sometimes for a lot of people, it doesn't matter if they pay $5 over. You lock the collectible or comic that you wanted, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Because long term, that $5 difference, I don't think it's going to mean much. Got Delivery, Comic Gang, Elsa and Iron Man as well. They were the comments on those drops. Right, exactly. Exactly. It's the same. You hit the nail on the head, man. Exactly. Like, The logo is awesome, but I think more people want actual Iron Man, right? That demand is already there for Iron Man. To where the logo is awesome, but making the logo the more rare one automatically gives it that value because it's so scarce. Just Sir, C3PO, R2D2, they're great ones to have. Iron Man Legends for sure. One more comic update, and then we're headed off for today. We got 572. See, now they're starting to pour in the market. We got 570 in the market. $8.99 is the price for the commons. We got 253 in the market for the uncommons, $22. 170 in the market for the rares, $60. 86 in the market for the ultra rares, $173. And we have 36 in the market for the secret rares at $590. JD, do you think it's smart to go through and grab dupes of all Disney's or just save up for a Walt dip? Do you have a Walt already, Brendan? Oh. Wow. VeVe just tweeted, in the tradition of popular lines like Black and White comes DC Artist Alley, a stylized collection based on designs from some of today's cutting-edge artists. Get Series 1 when it drops in blind box format this Saturday, December 4th at 8 a.m. Wow. That is awesome. Wow. All right. Pick your fandom. DC or Marvel. What are you going to stack up on? Whew. This is going to be so hard, man, because I'm a fan of so much. To where I want it all, but I'm not going to be able to afford it all. I want to actually put this out on YouTube right now. I'm making YouTube updates while I'm YouTube live streaming. Let's go. Why can't I should be able to copy and paste this. Oh, there we go. Willow, thanks for the update there, brother. Check that out quick, JD. Yeah, I was like, all right, I got to stop what I'm doing. No Walt, unfortunately. Oh, that's tough. All right, so you get dupes. I think you get dupes, brother. I think you try to get dupes because worst case scenario, I think you're going to be able to sell those dupes to buy Walt and possibly have some gems left over. Excuse me. I'd rather see you do that because worst case scenario, you have a duplicate set of everything besides Walt. I think that would be big. Now, if you get Walt, you probably just unloaded all your gems, everything. And then if Elsa goes up crazy, it's great, but you don't have dupes. Like, I think you have a better chance at seeing a couple of those other than Walt go crazy high. Being able to sell some dupes, get Walt, maybe still have some dupes left over. If it was me, I think I'd get dupes. Let's hear it, JD. First on the scene. Yeah, they didn't give too many details. They didn't give the again, they didn't give the Medium article or anything like that. They just said, in the tradition of popular lines like Black and White comes DC Artist Alley, a stylized collection based on designs from some of today's cutting-edge artists. Get Series 1 when it drops in blind box format this Saturday, December 4th at 8 a.m. Pacific time. I think these look amazing. You can already see, the style that they're going for. It almost looks like Marvel Mighties, but DC Mighties, right? Like, yeah, I think these are going to be pretty sweet. Saturday, DC making a comeback. Small market dip incoming. We're already in a little dip. Wonder Woman FA. I like both as well, right? It's so tough. I think I got asked that on the Woman of VeVe show. They're like, DC or Marvel. And I froze. I was like, Marvel. And I said Marvel because I was like, you know what? I'm more of a DC fan, like Batman, but Marvel I think is bigger. So I'm in the tough boat where it's like I like DC probably better, besides Spiderman and the Hulk and Wolverine. Those are like my three Marvel people. But I'm a huge Batman fan. Like I love DC because of that. But I think Marvel's gonna be more valuable. I do. I think there's just a bigger IP, more things, like more expensive. So it's tough. You know, do you want to have a collection full of more valuable things or a collection that's like true to what you really love? I'm gonna try to have a little bit of both. Oh no way, Brandon. I sold almost all my DC recently. I thought they were dead. That's actually hilarious. So they actually haven't said how much the blind box is. They haven't said the blind box price. I got to put my notifications back on. I turned them off just because my Twitter was making me go crazy. My mental side, I was like, you know, I got to turn the notifications off. It was getting crazy. But because of that, I wasn't able to follow back a bunch of people. I lost a bunch of. In the beginning, when I only had like 2-3K followers, I was following back everybody. But then it just got crazy. Shout out to you guys for blowing it up, man. Y'all like to do strategy better. VeVe vibes. That's actually a decent point. I would say it's not. It's tough because I don't want to say it's a trap, right? But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I think you're saying it's a trap just because it's so expensive right now. You probably have a better ROI in the short term if you pick different collectibles other than Walt. But long term, yeah, Walt's gonna be big time. Hey, for the Starfire is definitely big. Starfire is a full set in itself. It does have the first animation ever. It's not the first fully animated, but it does have the first animation ever. It's a full set by itself. And it came out. I'm not sure if that actually came out in 2020. I think it came out in 2021. Yeah, the Dupe game. The Dupe game helped me out big time, Willow, in the beginning because if I didn't have all these extra Todds, extra FA Jokers, extra FA Harley Quinns, extra Kripkins, Unicornos, I would have never been able to build the collection I had because I was tapped out early on. But because of these duplicates, and you get attached to the duplicates, trust me. You get duplicates so you're able to sell them off, and because you can't really sell them if you only have one. But I got attached to even the duplicates. But fortunately, I was able to kind of detach myself from the dupes, sell some, reinvest it, and I was able to keep growing my collection to what it is today. So those duplicates really helped me out early on, big time, for sure. Oh, so these have the physical statues attached? That's interesting because that's how it was with the black and white statues too. They have the physical counterpart. I didn't know these actually have statues. Definitely be cool to look them up. Yeah, the Disney fee is a little bit big. It's kind of like the Marvel fee, right? I'm not sure if they're the same, a little bit different, but I know one of them has a big fee. I think so too, bro. I think they're like, you know what? We don't want the image of Johnny Dunn's long hair. Yeah. And I'm self conscious of it too, honestly. But a lot of people say they love it. Like a lot. Shout out to everybody who likes long hair. I mean, shout out to Reese. He's got the long hair going. But my hair is crazy long. It doesn't even look like it right now because the way I keep it. That's because I try to keep it somewhat like professional looking right now. Um, and that's the way I was for teaching too. When I was teaching, you know, I didn't have long hair because there's no way I could get into a classroom and feel comfortable teaching with long hair all over the place. So I've always had short hair my whole life. So I definitely don't feel comfortable with my long hair down. But when Thor drops, I promise you guys, I will have long hair down. At least for a little bit. I'll start off the video with it down. More DC FAs. I wonder if this is going to pump the Jokers and all the other DCs. Thanks for the follow back. Of course, I try following everybody back. So if you guys want to follow back, I'm not following you. Let me know what your Twitter is, and I'll follow you back. Maybe I'll shout you out. Bring your Twitter username up on stage. Get you some followers. Oh, a lot. I would sacrifice a lot for FA Darth Vader. I would, Brendan. I would. I would sell some FA Jokers and Harley Quinns again. Unfortunately, I mean, I still have 3 left. I think of each. Vader's huge. I mean, Star Wars is a huge IP. The revenue is crazy that they make. We already have FA R2D2. I think they made sure that FA Darth Vader wasn't released because, one, it's going to bring that value for when it does come eventually, even not in gold. But could you imagine the price point of the value if it was a gold Darth Vader? It would be like 20K out the box, I think. Could be soon. Yeah, I think the Secret Rare Darth Vader animated, depending on the edition count, right? I mean, all depends on the edition count. If it was 1,000 versus 5,000, it's going to be a big difference. Say if there's only 1,000, if there's only 1,000 Secret Rare FA Darth Vaders, oh my gosh, with an animated lightsaber, I think people are paying. I think people are paying 5K out the box, like the floor right away. Like, that's gonna be one where you're gonna want to have some gems saved up for that one. Like, I'm not even the biggest Star Wars fan, and that's something that I would really want. So, can you only imagine the Star Wars fans of that one? Like, I think they would pay pretty much anything for that. Yeah, 10K, especially on day one. Like, you know how Walt came into the market and it was at like 1K, 2K, and then it rose up. I think Darth Vader would start at like 5K, 6K, 7, and go right up past 10K like immediately. But again, it may be a little bit different if they make the editions like 5,000, 7,000. But if it was something like the Spiderman, forget it. That collectible is Donnie, right? Common Gang just got delivered. Was it a low mint at least, brother? Hopefully it was low mint. Hair down for Thor. Yeah, that's coming. That's coming. I agree. Wow. Yep. I think this is what it's going to be. I mean, when they released the Darth Vader, the Luke Skywalker, I think they're not going to be in gold. I think that was just the Disney moments type thing. I think they're going to look like, the old school actual characters. But you're just going to be able to use them in your showrooms and augmented reality. Probably with the animated lightsabers. Like, that's going to be unbelievable. Yeah, lightsaber accessories, like, customize it. Some people would have like different glowing ones, maybe a change of glowing ones, a one that glows in gold. Like, my mind's going crazy right now thinking about it. I might have to come on stream with a lightsaber. Could you guys imagine? I think I might have to do that. Wow, that's hilarious. Actually, I am going to do that. I'll find like a cheap lightsaber or something like that, and come on with my lightsaber. Bro, I want that Obi-Wan Kenobi. That has the first audio sound that says hello there. See, like audio too, I think is going to be next level for VeVe. We haven't even got there yet, really. I mean, just a little bit with the first sounding ones, right? With the ghost trap and everything. But we haven't really got to like that next level yet. And I think it's coming soon. Wow. See, I didn't even know they had that at Disney. Riley Pie said, Disney has a customizable lightsaber build shop in Orlando where people pick and choose how and what their lightsabers look like. I can 100% see that here on VeVe. Absolutely. Vader and Baby Yoda, top tier. Absolutely. Top tier. Absolutely. Mandalorian. Yeah, I think all that stuff's going to come. Absolutely. I really do think it's all going to come. It really does. I mean, like someone like me, I was never a Star Wars fan growing up. Like, yeah, I liked it, but I was never like really, really into it. Like, there's people who were big fans of it. I was not one of those people. But ever since VeVe, ever since I realized that VeVe was going to drop it, once I realized that VeVe is going to have all these collectibles, I was under the impression early on, like March, April, May, I was like, all right, VeVe's gonna have Marvel, VeVe's gonna have Simpsons, VeVe's gonna have every big IP. Like that's how I was thinking. And people were calling me Moon Boy, all this kind of stuff. And rightfully so. If you didn't believe that, you would have thought everything I was saying was crazy. But now we look at it and saying, wow. Dubes, I think you just gave me the greatest idea of all time. I think I will. I think I will do that. Because this light too, the VeVe light, I can kind of control that with like, it has like a remote. And plus I have a light I can control with this too. So like maybe that's actually hilarious of an idea. Starts out all dark, turn the lights on slowly with my lightsaber. My hair down. I definitely think Ghost Trap was slept on. It like a lot of these historic collectibles, the first ever fully animated Ritmo, the first ever interactive with another collectible, Ghost Trap, the first ever one with sound, Ghost Trap, right? And Slimer. The first interactive collectible ever, first car, the DeLorean. A lot of these historic collectibles, yes, they're slept on. I think it just takes time. It's not going to appreciate, be legendary, historic overnight. But I think this time next year, we'll really start to see the beginning of that. And then like 2 or 3 years from now, it's going to be like, wow. Like a Ritmo is going to be like one of those lost, scarce characters that like nobody ever sees. And stuff like that, I think will be just crazy iconic to have. Which is why I'm really upset I had to let go of my second whole set of the Unicornos. I really thought I was balling with 2 full sets of the Unicornos. That's one of my favorite sets. I mean, I know it's not a big IP brand like Superman, Batman, Stooky Doki. But again, the significance of the historic factor. I love Ritmo, the way it looks too, even. Just, it's awesome. Yo, when we have that Star Wars watch party. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, it is. Dupe said my first ever drop hit was the Ghost Trap, and I scooped the Slammer right away. One set in my eyes I will never sell. Absolutely. I feel the same way. If you have a set that was your first ever set or your first ever collectible, I don't think you should ever sell that. I mean, because if you end up selling your entire collection one day, years and years down the road, for whatever reason, these digital collectibles, digital assets, whatever you want to call them, they're going to be here forever. So, when you have kids or you have kids now, they grow up, you pass down your account to them, etc. To have stuff from season 1 in this is going to be absolutely iconic. Now, like I said, it's going to take a little bit of time to appreciate. People may not think Ritmo is iconic a year from now. It may take 4 or 5 years, right? Because the first ever, we're in the midst of that history happening. So people only realize it's history once it's after the fact. So like 4 or 5 years from now, we look back at every season 1 collectible and say, what? Like you still have that set? And for me, my first collectible ever was actually the Ghost Sign, the original Ghost Sign. So that's one that I'm never going to sell. That first ever one. It's not even my favorite collectible. I actually thought Amanda Connor Batman was my first. And I was kind of upset when I found out the Ghost Sign was my first one. Because I'd rather have it be Batman. But that Ghost Sign, I'm never going to sell because of that. Hey, what's going on, Ace? Appreciate you for joining the chat. Welcome to the fam. Welcome to the fam. He said, I've got a comment. Do you think I should sell? Or, I'm sorry. He said, I've got a comment. Do you think I should wait? And if so, how much do I sell? Please help. So, again, not financial advice, but I think you should wait. Just because right now, the commons, they're not really valuable. So, if you were to sell your common, the prices are up a little bit. It's at $11 right now. But again, after the fee, it'd probably be about like $10, $9. And you paid $7. So you're only really making a few dollars right there. I really think it'd be probably more valuable to yourself to just hold that long term, especially if this is one of your first collectibles ever. It sounds like you're new. So if it is one of your first comics collectibles, I would keep it as a sentimental thing because you're going to want to remember that the rest of your life. This is going to be here for 10 years from now. Now, if it was an ultra rare, secret rare, or rare or something like that, then you're looking at maybe anywhere from, 50, 60 up to 500, maybe $1,000 sometimes. So at that point, it could be worth it, to let that go and start building your collection of things that you really, really like. But since it's a common, I think I would rather hold on to it. And to sell it, I'll help you figure out how to sell it. So right here, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can get into the process of actually selling it. But if you go to this screen right here, I'll bring you to the very front page. So this is the store screen. So you can go into here. You can go into right where you were to buy it. And when you scroll down, it's going to say you own one edition of this item. So click there. It's going to bring you to the one that you own. It's going to be the common, like yours. Click on this little I button. Click on that I button. It's going to bring you the details to being able to read it. Now you have options. Once you scroll down, you can sell in the market. You can transfer it to someone, or you can read it. Hit that sell button. You can list it for an auction, which where people can bid on it, and in 3 days you'll get that money. Or what I like to do is to sell for buy now. Sell for buy now. And then it brings you to this screen. This is where you're able to then pick the price you want to sell it for. So you want to sell for $10. Boom. $10. And you'll click done. You would hit confirm. And then right here it says, it shows you the fee, the price, and everything you list in market. Now, one thing I want to tell you when you do that, if you ever get to the point where you want to sell something for, say, $1,500, right? $1,500, what you're going to want to do is write out, I'm actually going to do it so everybody sees this right now. I should make a whole video demonstrating this one, literally step by step. Say you want to sell this common for $1,500, right? You're going to type in 1500 and you would hit done. Do not, whatever you do not click 15.8 or whatever the number is, 15.5. You're selling that for $15.80. Do not use decimal points. So you're going to want to just go 1500 and that's it. Always type out the entire number. Whatever you do not use decimal points. Because I've seen a lot of people, unfortunately, list things for 1.8K. And that's going to be, $1.80. So if you want to list it for $1,500, write out 1500. If you want to list it for anything, just write out the entire number. Hopefully that helps, brother. Hopefully that helps. Yep, no other collectibles actually interact with other collectibles as of now. Oh, no drop joy again. I've not gotten a drop in 2 weeks, and that one was in the parking lot. And with only 2 bars of 4G. Wow, it's so weird that you got one with no connection, right? Hopefully you have some better luck next time, though. I mean, it is good to know that people are still getting it, though, even with bad connection. So it's definitely good to know. And actually, I've been not plugging my phone into the Ethernet cable the last few times, and I've actually had a smoother drop experience with getting the collectible. So maybe they've changed it to where if you're plugging your phone into the mine was actually plugged into the laptop and then Ethernet cable, Ethernet box, or whatever you want to call it. So both times I feel like as of late hasn't been as successful as not using the Ethernet cable or the charger. It got to a point where in the beginning I would charge my phone while the drop was happening, but now I'm feeling like I don't even right now. I didn't even use my charger; it wasn't even plugged in. So maybe just keeping your phone at a high battery without charging it works better now. Because before I used to think, and I would have my phone charging the entire time. So I'm wondering if it's changing a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Ace said, thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad it helps. And Ace, I know it's happened to a lot of other people, and it's just really sad to see. And again, if it has happened to you, don't feel like it's the end of the world. I've seen a lot of people, and it happens to this day. They list something for 1.8K, but it really ends up being $1.80 because they put the decimal point. And so just take your time when you're ever listing anything. Don't do it when you're tired. Don't do anything in a rush. Really take your time. So that way you're listing it out 1800. List everything out and do not use decimals. But again, if it's happened to you, don't feel like it's the end of the world. I know it can be crushing. It can be deflating. But just remember, it's almost like a paid class. It's a paid lesson you paid for. It was an expensive class, expensive books. But you learned your lesson, right? I mean, I've made mistakes too plenty of times before. It's all about just learning from your experiences. Really, at the end of the day, it's like a paid class. I'm liking the collectibles dropping Saturday. I'm liking this edition. The DC. I feel like these are like DC Mighty Marvels or DC Mighties, basically. Ooh, it's a low hoverboard. Which hoverboard is it? The rare one? I actually sold my sub 100 low, my no tech a while ago. Yeah, I don't know why. I felt like Ethernet cable was like a mind trick. Like I felt like it was more like felt like it was a better help, but I don't think it really is. Never snipe in the middle of the night. Wow, yeah, he said he paid $100 or something that he thought said 10. Wow. Oh man, I feel so bad. Jose said my brother sold his common storm for $5 for using periods, like decimal points. And Jose, that's the only unfortunate thing about. Well, luckily it was a common, right? It was a common storm, so it wasn't like a secret rare or anything like that. But that does happen all the time. I mean, I'm sure somebody's listed their secret rare for instead of 1,000, they listed for $10 or $1, and it really is deflating, especially when you see other people on Twitter saying like, "Oh, Snipe did" or something. But just remember, if that's happened to you, don't feel like you're the only one that's happened to, and don't feel like it's the end of the world. Trust me, it's deflating. It's happened to me before at OpenSea with different things, right? It happens to everybody in this space. Eventually, at some point, you're going to take an L, and it's going to feel deflating. But just remember, and also, it feels good talking to other people that it's happened to because you realize you're not alone. It's happened to a bunch of other people. No one goes to school for this stuff yet, so chalk it up to a paid lesson is always what I would say. That's solid. 8 minutes after. Let's go, top killer. He replied on one of my YouTube posts while I'm still streaming. Oh, I would hold on to the serial killers. I don't have the full serial killers right now, and I feel like something big is going to happen with them because what Ron's been saying. But I don't have them, so it's definitely something that I've been trying to get to eventually. But the S1 DC Mighties, I mean, look amazing. And can you imagine if they battle? Could you imagine if you're able to battle the DC Mighties versus the Marvel Mighties? I mean, that would be the ultimate thing, right? If you're able to battle them, that would be awesome. But one last market update. What has Ron been saying? One last market update in the comments before I head off. And so I think Ron's been just giving some teasers here and there on different things, but I'm pretty sure, like he said, something big's going to come for all the holders of those sets. I'm not positive, but I do think they could be valuable. Ah, okay, got you. I actually only had the Series 1 set. There was actually a point when I had like 10 or 15 Captain Crunches, right? A lot of people do know I stacked up on them because I thought it was a cheap collectible. They were like $40 at the time when I did it, and maybe even cheaper, maybe like 30. I forget exactly, but there's only 3,000 editions of them, and I was like, or 3,333, and I was like, how is this an artist collectible as big as Run English? Only 3,000 of these, and I was like $40. I was like, that seems too good to be true. So I just bought a bunch of them. It took a while for them to get up. Walt happened, so I had to let it go of a lot of them around like 80, $90. Might have even happened right before Walt, something else big that I had to get. But that's the benefit of at least having those duplicates, because they can pay off when those big drops really do happen. And you're all out. You don't have any more cash to pull out from the bank or whatever. You're able to let go of some of those duplicates, still hold your collection, and keep building. Definitely. Yeah, definitely smart play on the cap. I'm really not regretting, but just wish that I was able to hold at least a couple more duplicates, because I think that they're like 150 right now. So it would have been nice little come up. Collect what you like. This is the biggest advice right here, Brendan. Good job for putting this out there. Also, shout out to Brendan, man. I see you all the time in other people's chats in the community. And Brendan, that's huge, bro. You're a huge supporter of all the influencers out there. So I know I appreciate you, and I'm sure everyone else appreciates you too, big time, man. So just want to say that. But like you said, man, collect what you like. We're gonna get to the point where there's so many drops on VeVe, to where each week nobody, unless you're rich. I mean, there's always whales out there who are rich. So shout out to you guys. But for the average person, we're not going to be able to collect every single drop. So it's going to get to a point where you do have to be selective and, pick what you like. Right now, even before, it's starting to get to the point where you can't, but we're collecting every single drop, basically. Let's go. Oh, Getsy. I'm just glad somebody got a secret rare on the stream. I feel like it happens at least once. Let's go. Shout out to you, Getsy. Let's go. And it's awesome too when that gets delivered late. I mean, that's actually obviously we want our collectibles delivered before the market opens, right? But it doesn't always work that way. So when it doesn't work that way and you get your comic or collectible delivered after the market's open, when it's a secret rare like that, it is such a relief. You're like, wow, it's worth the wait at that point. It only kind of backfires and stinks when you wait like 6 hours or 4 hours or whatever it is, right? 3 hours. And it ends up being like a high mint common. Like you'd rather have that get delivered right away. Let's go. I still got to shout out to a bunch of people, man. Oh, let's go. Pineapple Gang got an ultra rare. Let's go, brother. Miss Omi got one. Crypto Queen Bree. Oh, let's go. Shout out to Sarah Adams. That is awesome. She got a VeVe care package. That is amazing. Let's go. Yeah, that's cool. That is awesome. Hey, Luke, appreciate you big time, man, with this tweet. I just saw this. He said, anyone in the VeVe space can understand why I would want to give Johnny something special like this. The entertainment, kindness, and humor he brings with his consistent lives on drop days and giveaways. He deserves it. Look after good people. Spread good karma. Enjoy. Bro, Luke, you are a blessing, man. This is like Inception right now. But like, shout out to Luke, man. I kind of just want to watch this reaction one time on live stream.
The one that he gave me, though. Why can't I find the one that he gave me, though? Oh, wait. You gave me a secret rare, bro? Bro, what? Wait. Luke. Luke just gave me a secret rare. I thought this was a common. What? Bro, Luke. Luke, you just gave me a common secret. You get. I can't even speak right now. You just gave me a secret rare, bro. A sub 10K secret rare.
Man, that was amazing. Shout out to you, Luke, man. I couldn't even talk. I still couldn't even talk today. Jesus. Yeah, congrats, Getsy, man. Getsy got the secret rare today. It's all about you, brother. Anthony, hi, Johnny. How was the drop today? Drop went well, man. Drop went well. Smooth. I was able to snag one. Ended up being a high mint common. but that's okay. Not worried. I actually gave the original one that I got to somebody on the stream today. So that was always good. And then I just went and bought a common, whatever the price was. I think I paid like $12 or $10. Probably too expensive for a few bucks, but wanted to give one out on stream. Had a few bucks left over, so I was like, you know what? I'll just buy the common again. Firefly is still pending. Hoping you get at least a rare today. Hoping. Mind blown. Luke hooked it up. Absolutely. It was so funny because when he first gave it to me, all that said was like Immortal Hulk was sent to you by Luke. And I was like, wait, what is this? I was like, someone just sent me a whole comic book? I was like, let's go. It didn't say the rarity. So I just assumed it was a common, like just for what I did to everybody. I was like, bro, I appreciate this, man. Thank you. Like, this is awesome. I didn't expect this. And then I'm trying to look for it. I'm like, wait, I can't find it. It said sub 10K mint. I can't find any sub 10K mints of the Hulk. And I'm like, wait. I saw the white background. I was like, whoa, what? Blown away. Yo, he really is, man. He really is. Appreciate that big time. Appreciate that. And another thing with the new users joining, like I just want to harp on this real quick because I know there's probably a lot of new users here. VeVe exploded so quick. It's only been less than a year. Can you imagine where this is going to be this time next year, guys? They went from 5K users end of January, 10K users end of February, March 1st. End of March, April, they had 250,000 users. So like now we have 1 million active users. So just think of that from 5K to 10K to 250 to 500 to 1 million active users in less than a year. What is going to happen next year, y'all? The year after that? It's not going to keep, reducing the amount of users. We're only going to keep growing and growing. Let's go. See, Spill. I don't know how much they've grossed so far, but I know they're the highest grossing app in the entire app store. So like they just passed Disney Plus. Like think about that. They just passed Disney Plus and a whole bunch of others to be the highest grossing app in the entire app store for entertainment. Shout out to Jeremy Padawar, man. I didn't even realize this was actually like a terminology. Tech entertainment. Once he said those words, it blew my mind. Because I was like, that's exactly what this is. It's tech entertainment. Ecomi is going to be one of the biggest tech companies in the world. Tech entertainment. And on top of that, not only are they a technology company with the entertainment side as well, that's the tech entertainment, but these are going to have real life use cases for like, for the handicap users, for classrooms. What they're building is going to be, I think, revolutionary. It already is. But these are just the first steps. This is just a VeVe app. Can you imagine when since they already had the wallet, that was their first invention, was the wallet. I'm sure they're going to come out with glasses one day. And I think they're going to incorporate it into schools. I think schools are going to use Ecomi and VeVe and just the technology to really incorporate that technology into the classrooms as everyday learning stuff. Imagine virtual reality for classrooms. Instead of being able to go on a field trip because of the whole traveling restrictions and everything, we're not going to Disney World anymore. We're not going to the Philadelphia Museum. We're going to put on our headsets class and go there together digitally. And that's where I see it all going. Whether it's good or bad, that can be a debate for itself one day. But this is where it's going. You could take a trip down the Amazon River. You're all in your classroom in like one big boat and you're getting educated about what's happening along. That's where I see this all going. You're going to the Egyptian pyramids, right? You're taking a field trip there. You're probably all on like camelbacks and everything in virtual reality. You get to explore the pyramids. Like that's where I see this all going in the future. Then for like your Spanish classes in school, your French classes, you're going to be putting on your glasses, talking to your teacher, and those captions will be floating in augmented reality. So you're able to learn in real time English, Spanish, French, all these different languages. And I think that ability to visually see it in real time will enhance the process of learning it so much quicker. Yes, this is great too. Omi Player One. I think car companies will even debut their cars, like the DeLorean, so people can see before they buy, and even products as well. Absolutely, because it's almost like people say all the time you can't buy a car online because you have to test it out like shoes. Well, what if you can? What if you buy that car online? I mean, people buy cars all the time online, but a lot of people are against it. They say they'd rather go in the physical world and actually test drive it, kind of like trying on the shoes at first. Same for shoes. I know the fit might feel different, but a lot of times people buy shoes how they look on the feet. Like for me, it's the strangest thing in the world. You guys may not believe it or whatever, but I have for some reason like Air Force Ones, all white shoes. When I wear a pair of black shoes, I look like a different person. So that's probably because I've only worn all white shoes, like no matter what brand it is, but all white. So like if I like the way I look on my shoes, I would wear it. So in digital virtual reality, AR, you could try on shoes in augmented reality, see how you look with them. The same thing with cars. You could go in the car in augmented reality, see how the interior looks, see how everything looks inside. If you like this way, like that's how I see it all going. No, we like absolutely like all different places, prisons, like everything. Disney World was a school trip my senior year that we all went to. But I just said Disney because, I see instead of kids taking trips to Disney World in the future, they're going to be running home from school, putting on their glasses and taking trips to Disney World in their living rooms. Once that whole metaverse comes out, Disney's talked about how they're working on one behind the scenes. We know VeVe's working on one behind the scenes. They've already partnered. So if it's tied together in some way, that's how I see it. Maybe Disney World is in the VeVeverse. And then like there's different portals, so you can go to Disney World. You're going to be able to go to like Marvel World, DC World, Ghostbusters attractions. Like that's how I see it happening. Nikes, yeah. I mean any kind of white shoes, but that's how I see it. Like I would try on shoes in augmented reality to see like how I look with those shoes on. I haven't bought a pair of shoes in the longest time, but when I do, I mean they're just all white shoes. That's kind of been my thing. So I just see that whole. So like it all ties back to the tech entertainment, right? I think there's going to be the tech side of things for like the tools that people need in everyday life, but the entertainment side, people are going to use all this technology for entertainment as well. So I think the hand-to-hand combination is just going to be iconic because the Comey's just beginning. VeVe's like their second product. The wallet's the first one. So, like I said, this is if you're just finding about VeVe right now, you are literally blessed. God blessed you and said, you know what? Here's a life-changing opportunity in front of you. I'm going to lead you to the water. I can't make you drink it. And that's where we're at today. Anybody else got one? Silicon Secure balling right now. I just saw his profile. Silicon Secure. He's one of the OGs, definitely. I think he just did an interview with Pirates. He's the one who talked about he's got all the Todds. He's got 2,000 collectibles, 51 sets. I believe it. As sad as it may be, it's the way things already are. People care more about their digital perception than in real life. Instagram. Saggy dot. Exactly. And whether it's good or bad, that's definitely a debate for the future to definitely have. Is it going to be good, bad? I'm sure there's going to be pros and cons to both. But at the end of the day, it's happening, right? I know a lot of people, they don't want it to happen so bad, so much to where it prevents them from actually believing that it's possible. And we saw the same thing happen with the internet. People literally would say, nobody's going to get on the internet highway and buy things and put their credit card online. Like now, if you say that to people, they would look at you and be like, you actually go to the store and still buy things? It's changing fast. And so it's definitely where the world's going for sure. Stefan said his comic hasn't came in yet. It's unfortunate. It definitely will be there soon, I think. This is actually a good question. What do you think? The question is, what do you think will be worth more, NFT or more OMI? I think that's your question, right, Anthony? The question is, what do you think more, NFT or more OMI? Are you asking what do I want more of, or what do you think is going to be worth more? I think it's all going to depend. I don't think you can, incorporate all these NFTs as one category and say NFTs, because each one's going to be different, right? I think something with a smaller IP brand may not be worth as much as, say, the first ever Spider-Man Secret Rare, or the Marvel Comics Secret Rare, or a Marvel Comics #1 low mint, or anything, the Rizzo, Batman, Superman, Givenchy, Walt. So there's going to be different ones. I would say if you have more OMI than, say, a lower IP branded NFT, then probably the OMI is going to be worth more. But if you have some of these iconic blue chip NFTs, it may take a little bit longer before OMI catches up. But again, I think it's only a matter of time before OMI goes parabolic. So I think long term, OMI is going to be king. But a lot of these blue chip NFTs are going to be king too. So I don't think you can go wrong. Oh, okay. I get your question now. Said yes, if you have only a fixed amount of money, worth more in long term. I think for how cheap OMI is right now, long term OMI is the play. But if you were able to get in at the Secret Rare Spider-Man price when it was cheap, $400, Superman when it was $50, Walt when it was, I got in at 2K, 3K. So because these prices are kind of out of reach for a lot of people right now, do I still think there's room to grow? Absolutely. But I think you're just playing the ROI game. What has more return on investment, right? OMI when it's under a penny, or paying 10K for a wallet that could go up to, do I think it could go to 100K? Yeah. But will that take time? I think so too. I don't think it's going to go there, next couple of days. I think it could take some time. So while OMI is still so cheap, I think OMI is, crazy undervalued. Not financial advice. Never financial advice. Opinions only. Jag in the house. How we doing, brother? How we doing? Much love, fam. Bro, you're such good vibes and not resistant to the way things are. Yes, it can be upsetting, but to ignore what's happening are missed opportunities. I appreciate that big time. And a lot of that comes with just learning from my experiences, right? I passed on Bitcoin because I was too hard-headed, not even hard-headed. I didn't want to spend the time to dive down and deep into the whole Bitcoin cryptocurrency. I felt like I had too much going on with college, baseball. I didn't want to dive down deep in that rabbit hole. Should I have? I probably should have, looking back, and bought a few Bitcoin, right? But again, maybe it was all working out to be how it's supposed to be, because when that crash happened, maybe I sold off and then it would have got me not invested in OMI, right? So I feel like everything works out the way it's supposed to. But to be able to use those experiences to where and be self-aware and say, I probably took an L on that one, right? Like Bitcoin, I think I found it at like $50, $60. At the time, I was telling my parents, I was like, I think we should buy a couple of these and just forget about it. Spend $200, forget about it, right? But it wasn't as easy to buy. We don't have much money. So looking back, I should have absolutely have done that, right? I wanted to do it, but ended up not doing it. So those experiences, I think, all played out for a specific reason. Because maybe I did buy it, crash happens, I sold off, got wrecked, and then I find OMI, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting involved because of what happened before. So I think all my experiences have led me to this exact reason, or the exact destination. And to be able to realize that nothing's set in stone either. Things happen. You have to be open-minded enough to be able to adapt, change your opinion, change perspective. I'm open to being wrong all the time. That's what I think a lot of people are afraid of. So many people are afraid to being wrong. I'm wrong all the time. People are wrong all the time. You have to be able to, accept that and just learn from your experiences. Like people said, stop buying Todd McFarlane Batmans. There's 7,500 editions, and there's not even 10,000 people in the app right now. What are you doing? And I had to look at that and come up with my own conclusion. I could have listened, right, to a more experienced person, but I had my own gut feeling at the time and saying, no, I think there's going to be hundreds of thousands of people on this app. And that's when I got called Moon Boy and all this kind of stuff, right? But it was actually the best decision of all time I made. So I mean, you just have to really trust your gut, think back of all of your experiences, and just use everything. Yes, exactly. That's it right there. Things are never going to stay the same, right? So, like for my dad was a perfect example. Shout out to my dad. Really old school vision, right? So he was against the digital world, digital age, not even into cell phones or anything. So right away it made him not believe in it. But I have the other aspect to where I can say, like, even if I'm strongly not believing into this, I'm looking at where the world is. I'm looking at what other people believe in, and I'm seeing the shift. Maybe I wasn't the biggest into the digital world either, but once I realized this is happening, whether I like it or not, like that's what you have to get over. That's what you have to get over. It's like life doesn't care if you like it or not. It's going to still happen at the end of the day. Absolutely. Doing good, my man. Just at work. Nice, solid. Shout out to you, Jag, too. When you told us all that in the group chat, shout out to Community Football League. It made us all feel good, man, because hearing good stories like that, to anybody who doesn't know, Jag was able to pay off all his debt, and just amazing feeling, my man. Just amazing feeling. Walt's 100K confirmed. I mean, shout out to Reese. Reese said that's even a blue chip. He expects that to be up there with the Donnies eventually. Marvel's #1. And I do see that happening too. But the thing is with Walt, there's just 4,000 editions, right? So there's going to be more people in that amount to be able to take profits sooner, as opposed to if there's only 1,000 or 500 editions of something. Those people are going to be able to set the floor higher, basically. Yeah, exactly. Anthony said, yeah, thanks, Johnny. I miss Bitcoin as well because it was too complicated during that time to purchase. Would have surely bought 3 to 4. It was like 1,000 to 2,000 US dollars when I took notice of it. And that's kind of the same, same things that we're hearing with what right now? Omi, right? Omi's too hard to buy. I know so many friends. Luckily, I was able to actually show a lot of friends how to get it. And although a lot of them got to that stage and kind of backed out because they said it's too complicated, decent amount went through with it and got themselves a little bag. So I think we're in the same exact spot. Once this becomes mainstream, once the ease of access is there, it's not too late, but it's too late to capitalize of that golden moment, right? Omi's only going to stay under $0.01 for how long? And once it's gone, I don't think we're going to see it dip back down under again. So just like how a lot of us miss Bitcoin, right? A lot of us didn't miss Bitcoin. And a lot of people who got into Bitcoin sold off and got wrecked. And so you had to have a lot of foresight to be able to get into Bitcoin back then, hold through like the lows and everything, and stick with it. And those people who did that got rewarded big time, right? I mean, we see how much Bitcoin is now. Same thing with Ethereum, same way. So those people have a better mindset, mentality, understanding of how holding is the king. You're always going to see micro ups and downs, but long term, when you zoom out, they always say, when in doubt, zoom out, right? Because that means when in doubt, there's a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. People are getting, uncertain about things in the micro. Zoom out and just look at the big picture. Oh, Jag, this is a great question. Great question. All right. So, what's your biggest regret when it comes to selling, buying PLDAs on VeVe? And what's your proudest moment when it comes to buying, selling PLDAs on VeVe? For anybody who doesn't know, PLDAs stand for Premium Licensed Digital Assets. All right. So, my proudest moment. Oh, I'll start with that one first. I would say there's a few of them, brother. I would say there's a few. And then I'll talk about my regrets because everybody has regrets, right? I definitely have regrets too, but I'm not like upset about that and letting them hold me back, basically. But I think talking about the regrets are important because it lets everybody know, you're not alone. But let me talk about the proudest moments first because I'm really excited about these. Let me start kind of in order. First one ever is going all in on VeVe right away. I started with 3 collectibles, like probably 3 to 5 collectibles. And I was out of money. Like I didn't have much money at all. So me putting in that money, was like, I don't have much money right now to be able to spend on this. But I felt like it was big. And this was just me doing all my groundwork March 1st to probably the 5th. I started buying about 5 collectibles. And so every day I kept reading. I was reading 24/7 nonstop. barely slept from March 1st to the 21st, those 3 weeks. And the entire month of March, I didn't even leave my house to go golf once or pick up a golf club or anything. It was a crazy time because I had to do so much research. I was so uneducated about everything. And so my proudest moment was after those few collectibles, I almost stopped. I almost was like, okay, I think I have enough. If this blows up, this should be good, you know? Like, I'm just going to forget about the app. But something told me to keep going. Something told me, like, this feels different. Something about this feels so different. So I just kept reading. I was like, who is David Yu? What is a Komi? What is Omi? Like, why are first edition collectibles valuable? Because I found my Pokemon cards right before, and that's what got me into this whole thing. And so my proudest moment was literally talking to my parents after the first handful of collectibles and talking to my mom and saying, Mom, I think what I found is revolutionary and could change the world and is literally going to be the biggest company in the entire world. And it's just starting. And trying to explain this to her, obviously, I think at first she was probably like, oh, great. Like, what now? Right. But I explained it to her in a way to where she understood it because I could show her the augmented reality pictures. She's a kindergarten teacher, so she works with little kids. She understands like the mindset, and her little kids are already playing with like virtual reality things. So like kind of clicked a little bit better, I think, for her than some others. And so I told her, I said, you know what? I said, I think we really need to invest a lot of money right now and buy a lot of these collectibles. And so all the research that I did into the company, she believed in my faith. She believed in my faith in Komi. And she let me go to town. She let me, buy all the things that I thought were valuable. I maxed this out. I went crazy over the next couple of weeks. But the more and more I kept reading, the more and more confident I got in the team, everything, to where then eventually I learned how to get Omi. Shout out to the Sandman. Brother literally showed me how to get my first 20 Omi the day Todd sold out. So that was, I'll transition to my next proudest moment. My first proudest moment was kept researching Komi to give me enough confidence to talk to my parents to go all in. Then it was going all in on Todd McFarlane Batmans. I think I bought like 5 to 8 or 5 to 7 Todds at retail. And I would have kept buying them. But when I was finding out how to get Omi, it took me like 4 to 5 hours on the phone to learn how to figure out what spot account meant, everything. And when I got off the phone, Todd sold out. So it was a blessing because I stocked up right before, and then I learned how to get Omi. So it all worked out perfectly. And then I got like 6 or 7, I think it was 7 FA Jokers, the Harley Quinn. So I stacked up on duplicates early. Another proud moment. Because no one's telling us to do this at the time. In fact, people are telling us not to do this. So this is really digging deep from your gut feelings, instincts, research, faith, like. And then the next moment was buying Omi. So because I maxed this out, it was tough when I talked to my grandma. She was able to help us out. I got like basically a loan from my grandma. So then I was able to buy Omi, more collectibles. And so I'm still paying her back monthly for that. A shout out to my grandma as well. My whole family, really. If it wasn't for my family to have the support, I had the belief. I did all the research and everything, but I needed that financial support to really make it happen. And they believed in me. And so definitely some proud moments as a family, honestly. Unbelievable. And then to transition lately, my latest proudest moment was gut decision. I sold my duplicate. Well, before my duplicate Da Vinci, I was selling a lot of my duplicates to get the Walt Disney. Finally got to $2,900. Bought the Walt. Last one in the 2K range. Took off to like 3.1, 3.2. Trying to buy another one. Was deciding, what do I do to get a second one? I listed my duplicate Da Vinci. At the time, it was 4.1K. Walt was still under like 3K, 3.1K. I got the last one at 2K range. So I'm thinking in my head, Da Vinci's more expensive than Walt Disney right now. So I said, you know what? I'd rather have 2 Walt Disneys than 2 Da Vinci's, I think. So let me capitalize right now in this moment while Da Vinci's more expensive than Walt. So I sold my Da Vinci for 4.1K. I didn't know if this was the right decision at the time. So stressful as anything. But I really felt like in my gut, this is the right decision. After all the time I really thought about it, the instincts, it was just telling me to do it. So I made the call, did it. It sold, but by the time it sold, Walt's now at 3.6K. So I was like, wow, it's running up quick. I think the next one was like 3.9K. So I pounced. I bought a 3.6K one. Now I have 2 Walt Disneys, 1 Da Vinci. So I was like, even if it's not the best case scenario, I just went from 2 Da Vinci's, 1 Walt to two Walts to 1 Da Vinci. I'm okay with that. I wake up in the morning because I did it at like 3 a.m. I think. I wake up in the morning, Walt's at like 8K. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just made the best decision of my life again. So that was like a huge, it was a sigh of relief because it was so stressful. I really didn't know for sure. I had to make a quick decision. And everybody who watched the live stream when Walt dropped, I was listening everything and delisting it. I freaked out. I was listing my Dragon Girls, delisting them. I listed a couple of Todds, delisted a couple of Todds, trying to figure out what big collectible, am I able to let go of, but not, ruin my collection. So those are some of my proudest moments so far in VeVe, definitely. And just the drops. I feel like the drops, I've been getting so lucky. The Spider-Man Secret Rare, the Captain America Secret Rare, the Nightwing on drop, the Golden Dragon Girl on drop. Like, my drops have all been proud moments too, because I got some unbelievable drops. Like, oh my gosh, those drops really changed everything. Just thinking about that, unbelievable. Like, at the time, I didn't know. I knew how crucial that $400 Spider-Man was, but like, I didn't know it would be 15, 20K already. So that was unbelievable. So now I want to talk about my regrets. Some of my regrets are, I'll start in the very beginning. So when I did find the app, like I said, before I got the money from my mom, my grandma, my parents, my family, I only had a few collectibles. And at that time in the market, Rizzo was $400 or $500. So at the time I was like, oh, it's Rizzo. It's one of the few that's actually sold out. There was Rizzo that sold out. Ritmo was sold out. And there was the Harley Quinn Steve Pugh that was sold out, I think. And Starfire and Barta just sold out. Like, as soon as I joined, I think they just sold out. But Rizzo, I was like, oh, I want the Batman, but it's like $400 or $500 in the marketplace. I don't have that much money to spend on collectibles yet. So I passed on all the Rizzos for $500. I could have just bought Rizzo. Also, I could have bought Amanda Connors. They were all in stock. I could have bought as many Amanda Connor Batmans as my account as I could afford. I could have bought 40 or whatever, right? Same thing with, I think, Robin. I think the Robin FA, the first one, that first series, in stock for a while, but then it sold out. And I was like, dang, Robin sold out. It was only a couple hundred in the marketplace for a while. Starfire was $83 in the marketplace. That was my first market purchase. The first time I ever purchased anything was the Starfire in the market, $83. And even at the time, I was like, a little bit over retail, but let me try out this market and see how it works. Bought it, and then the next day, the market shuts down, I think, for like however long it shut down. But those were the days where, man, if you could have capitalized on those moments, that would be insane right there. Even Todd's, I don't regret because I bought like 5 or 7 of them, but I could have bought 20 Todds, 50 Todds. I could have went all in on the Todds, and I probably would have if I had like another day or two, and it would have been a wrap. I would have had 30 Todds. I think maybe like a week from that day, maybe not a day or two, but those are some early regrets. Not regrets just because I did capitalize on it, but just knowing what we know now, I could have went pedal to the metal all in on them. I could have bought all the Metallos in the world. So just stuff like that. And then later on, some of my regrets are letting go some of those Todds early. I don't know if they're regrets though, because at the time, I really needed to complete sets. And I to this day, I suggest not selling your big collectibles to finish sets, but it all depends on the set. So for me, I really needed to complete that. I think it's Series 2, the Robin Infantino, the first FA Robin. I couldn't have a Batman set without having the Robin, right? Like, I needed the Robin, but that's the collector in me. As an investor, I would say as an investor, it would have been smart to just keep doubling down on the Todds, probably, if I could hold out long term. But I wanted to make sure I locked these sets in early. So another thing that's going to pay out is the Master Collector program. When we see all those points accumulated for having those early sets day after day for months and months, that's going to add up and accumulate a lot of points. So for those reasons, I'm glad I did kind of complete those sets. But ROI wise, like return on investment wise, I still have 3 Todds. And I'm still so happy about that because they're all in the 1,000 mint range and they're all originally owned. So few people will be able to say in the future that they have a Todd McFarlane original own, no previous owner. It's like a brand new car, right? Not a used car. And so that's what I'm going to be really proud to be able to say in like even in a year from now, but even a couple years, like an originally owned Todd McFarlane Batman in the 1,000 mint range. So I got rid of a couple that were in the 5, 6, 7 edition range early on to complete some more sets. So those are unfortunate things, but again, I probably would have made the same choice again, looking back, because I really wanted to complete those sets. But if someone's in it just for the ROI only, you don't want to sell your Todds, you don't want to sell your Supermans, you don't want to sell your Givenchy's, your Waltz, your Spidermans. You don't want to sell your big time collectibles unless you're taking a risk trying to, complete another set or double down on something else to sell later and time it. But for the most part, you don't want to sell your blue chips. So those are some of my regrets. And then another one of my big regrets, I would say, is not just buying Omi or not selling some of my collectibles for Omi at like 0.001 range. I was really, really thinking about it, like letting go a Nightwing, right? For like 1,500 and then getting that Omi. Like that would have been so clutch. But I was too attached to, like emotionally attached to some of these, especially because Nightwing was my first ever drop. So that's one thing too. It's definitely not smart to be emotionally attached to these collectibles because it will hinder your ability to sometimes make profit or make the money that you should be making, but you're too emotionally attached to them. But that just all goes back into everybody being a collector or investor. Everybody's different, right? So I would say I don't really have too many regrets besides just not buying even more Omi, not buying more collectibles. Man, not doing YouTube earlier, I would say. Shout out to the Crypto Khaki, man. He really got on me to say, yo, everything you're doing is amazing. You really need to get on your YouTube, start the YouTube channel. Really, so he really got on me early to really start the YouTube channel. Well, I've had the YouTube channel, but really start making like the VeVe content, basically. I do regret not filming, not vlogging all of March. I was like pacing back in my house 24/7, like, Mom, this is crazy. This is going to be the biggest thing of all time. This is going to have millions of people. And so just thinking back to those days, unbelievable, because I was literally in my house nonstop, 24/7, just learning, reading, researching, because I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about anything. Collectibles, first edition, no idea. I have a couple first edition Pokemon cards. I got a pretty solid, great quality 2 Pikachus. Like, they're not first editions. I think the first edition's a Machamp, but it's in the original wrapper. Like, I have probably only about 2 to 3K worth of Pokemon cards, which isn't much. But when you don't have much money, I wanted to sell that for 3K. But I ran into a brick wall. I got stuck. I was like, I can't sell these because I learned then you had to sell them out or you had to ship them out to PSA. It takes anywhere from 6 to 12 months to get them back. I was like, what? So I'm stuck right now. That night is when I found the VeVe app. It was 3 nights of me searching nonstop for Pokemon cards, reading about it, and then that third night is when I found the VeVe app on a YouTube video. I think it was the Comey YouTube video that popped up, and it was Al Khan explaining it. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that was the video that got me saying, "What is the VeVe app?" And then once I saw what it was, and once I learned that, oh, you can buy and sell these collectibles instantly. Well, I just got into a dilemma because I can't sell my physical collectibles because it takes too long. And after everything Gary Vee's been talking about, 2020 into 2021, Logan Paul came out with his NFT. I missed the boat on Top Shot big time. I found Top Shot late 2020, and I was like, how is that even possible? I was like, how are people selling stuff that I can just look up? That's who I was. I was part of the mainstream people who didn't believe in NFTs. That's why I laugh when people say that to this day, because I'm like, no, I was one of you guys. I was one person who in 2020 wasn't understanding how a LeBron James dunk could be worth money if I could just watch it on YouTube. I was someone who didn't understand NFTs.
I was from mainstream who wasn't into crypto. So I'm your mainstream person, average person walking down the street who is now addicted to collecting VeVe and NFTs and crypto. So the fact that VeVe did it with me validated for saying, oh, wow, this is going to be big time. It just made me into a hardcore collector into NFTs and now into crypto. So the fact that I saw was getting everybody else who was already a collector into NFTs, I saw people who were into crypto enjoying it. I was like, oh, this has got everybody. This is game changing. So that's when I knew, oh, the blockchain is just a digital PSA company that verifies ownership automatically. And that was game changing because I knew once you save people's time, especially in today's world, that's a gold mine. From Gary Vee talking about Uber, his misses in Uber back in the day. So learning from people's mistakes can help you make your successes. He said he missed on Uber because he didn't realize at the time it was saving people time. If he realized that, thought about it that way, he said he would have went all in. So that moment right there, shout out to you, Gary, because that was a crucial moment. I'm getting the chills right now because that's how much it really was. I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is saving people time. This is the gold mine that Gary Vee said he missed with Uber. This is it for me right now. So I was like, all in. It was unbelievable. So Jag, I went on a rant right there, but I hope, brother, that definitely answered your questions and helped. That's awesome. A 3-digit comment, man, is going to be unbelievable, I think. Shout out to you, Borat. Oh, off a $7 investment. Ooh. My best $7 investment, I think, so far was a Daredevil Ultra Rare comic book, I think. Yeah, that's my best one. I actually sold that, too. I sold it, but then I bought it back. I sold it, and as I kept getting more and more comics, I was like, you know what? I gotta have the Daredevil Ultra Rare comic. I probably wouldn't have went after it, honestly, because it was expensive at the time if I didn't get it on the drop. But because I got that on the drop, I was like, man, when this blows up, I'm gonna feel bad because I got it on the drop and sold it. So I had to double back and get it. Hey, smart move finishing that set, Serial Killers. Smart move, Getsy. Ah, smart. Okay. Yeah, so if you can find exchange that's easy to use, that's definitely the best. But oh wow, Omi Player One. Yep. I was researching mining Bitcoin when it dropped under 5K, but gave up. I was swayed by people that said it was too late. Lessons learned. Oh man, exactly. And that's the thing. It's so hard to tell the top, right? I mean, we saw Bitcoin when it was like $50 and less. So when it was at 5K, obviously it looks like, is this the top? Can you get more than 5,000? But as we know, it's 60K, 50K. And people are still asking, is it too late, right? I got the feeling crypto's only going to, like it or not, I know some people are against crypto. I don't see it going away, right? It's too big to go away at this point. Hey, yo, me and him will definitely have to do an interview sometime soon. That's actually a great point. We actually did do a little interview. We've done a couple interviews together, actually, believe it or not. We've done one with Robbie Remington with his platform, and then also with his music platform. And then also we've got one for a little bit. We did a drop live stream just for a moment. But I think we'll have to, great point, Real Talk. I think we're going to have to connect and do a live stream interview with each other. Just chit-chatting, talking, going over how we got into music and all that kind of good stuff. Once his album drops, it's going to be fire, guys. Make sure you check it out. Smart move. Create friction to cash out. Exactly. Facts, Jag. Facts. It's okay to have regrets. It's how we learn. Don't dwell on those regrets and move forward. Big time, brother. Big time. Wow. Okay. Shout out to you, Wapamus. This could actually be some good advice here. Even though we've seen some people who said they, had some terrible connection and there was the only way they got it. But I'm sure if you can increase your connection, it should only help. He said, pro tip, if you haven't landed a collectible in a long time, you need a ping hunt. Starbucks, Walmart, or hotspots. Wherever the fastest connection is. I use the iPhone 7 Plus and use a public Wi-Fi 3 ms. Wow, dude. That's actually huge. So he's on an old phone, iPhone 7 Plus, but he ping hunts. That's amazing. So he just uses like a public location that has extremely fast Wi-Fi, and it's got his ping down to 3 ms. That's big time. Shout out to my mom, big time, man. If it wasn't for my mom, my grandma, I'd probably have 5 collectibles right now. I swear to God. Because even though I found it early, I researched it all and everything, I didn't have the ability to buy anything. I really didn't. So because I graduated college with a teaching degree, I did teach right away, but I felt like I was selling my soul. I just felt, and shout out to all the teachers out there, there's nothing wrong with teaching. My mom's a teacher. She's been a teacher her whole life, loves it. I love teaching. I feel like I'm going to be able to teach later in life. But at the time, even though I love teaching, I felt like I had more to do. I felt so hungry and passionate. I felt like I was just selling my soul. I felt like my soul was dying. I was at recess and I was just watching these kids and I'm like, what am I doing here right now? I'm still trying to play baseball professionally right now. I'm still trying to play golf. Like I'm still trying to do so much, make music. So I quit teaching with nothing really to go for. I quit teaching. I was going to focus on trying to play some kind of independent baseball league. Never got an opportunity. So I was just going to focus on golf and transition everything I learned from college baseball into golf and really get on my golf grind because I was born to play golf, but I quit for baseball. So I'm trying to get back into golf. And I really just quit for a business that I started up that had no promise of even succeeding the littlest bit, and to make music and to go after golf. And that's why I quit teaching, just because I felt like teaching was something that I could come back to later in life. If everything that I tried doing didn't work out, I'd be able to come back to people and say, and the students and say, I tried to do this. I never gave up, That was the kind of motivational teacher that I wanted to be, to where I just quit. I felt like a lot of people looked at me and said, dude, what are you doing? Why would you just quit and not try to go for a career teaching job? Move out. People made fun of me, because I stayed home. I lived at home with my parents for the first couple of years, obviously to this day, right after college. And because of that exact reason why people made fun of me, my hometown friends growing up, some of them moved away. Those people who made fun of me for the exact reason of staying home with my parents is the exact same reason why I was able to capitalize on a lifetime of an opportunity, a once in a lifetime opportunity with VeVe. So it just goes to show you that it all comes full circle. What you get made fun of for can eventually change your entire life. So just think about all the kids that I grew up with made fun of me for staying at home, my parents not moving out like I was supposed to after graduating college. I could have. I didn't. I chose to follow my gut, my passion. And for that exact reason why I got made fun of was the exact reason why I was able to capitalize on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So if that isn't like a storybook movie ending, and it's only just beginning. This is only like the first step, I feel like. I feel like this is only the first step. It's not even over. I don't feel complacent. I feel like finally I'm like where I'm supposed to be with the people who are supposed to be, like I'm with the company that I was always supposed to be with, basically. Like I feel like I didn't find VeVe. VeVe almost found me. It was like everything I've been doing for the past decade in my entire life led me up to this one special moment to where I was finally able to capitalize on a lucky opportunity. Like my whole life, I never got the opportunity. I was never on the right side of luck. Like for college baseball, the coach that saw me put in all the work from freshman year, sophomore year, all the way up, he chose to leave, which was the right decision at the end of the day for his family because his family benefited greatly for it. So he had to make the decision for his family to leave to go coach another college. And then my last 2 years at school, where I just got really worked up to be the man, a new coach came in, rebuilt the whole entire program. All the seniors, all the old guys, slide over, time for the new guys to come in. So I was always on the wrong side of opportunity or good luck. But that same head coach, taught me what it meant to work hard. For the first time in my life, I saw work ethic really pay off. I got cut my freshman year in college. I was a cocky kid from high school, thought I was the man, got right onto the college team. Boom, smacked in my face. First time I got punched in my face. And so, like they always say, like, how are you going to react when you get punched in your face? I thought, do I quit? Not play baseball? And that thought in my mind instantly got thrown out. I said, no way. I'm going to come back next year, and it's not even going to be a question if I make the team. It's going to be laughable that I got cut last year. And so from that day, I even told shout out to Juan Renero, man. That was the coach. I talked to him all the time. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I used to talk to him all the time. And he was the one to really give me the motivation to never give up. He said, Donnie, you're going to get your opportunity. Just don't give up. And so even after college, I just never gave up. And I didn't know it was going to lead to NFTs and VeVe. And I think it's going to lead to even more opportunities. But it's the fact that when you never give up in life and you have a strong belief in something, stay true to it and keep going. It may take someone 1 year. It may take someone 5. It may take the other person 10. But if you don't stop, it will happen. Wow, that's a terrible story, Saggy Dog. I'm trying to catch up with these comments. I just saw that one, though. You're lucky that your family supports and is the best movie. So lucky, so fortunate. Absolutely. I am definitely an Omi Maximus. and don't get it wrong, too. Like, I love other cryptocurrencies. Like, I really wish I had enough money to be in a lot of other cryptos right now. I really do. There's so many that I love a lot. I wish I could talk about them all. But it's to the point where it's like, if you have a lot of money, then absolutely. I think diversity is one of the best ways to keep your wealth safe. Spread it out. But in order to build wealth, I felt like I would be doing nothing by diversifying a little bit amount of money in like all the ones I like, as opposed to going all in on what I felt like was the best, safest, with the highest chance of return, with I felt like the best team involved. So I just put all my eggs in one basket. I'm never, ever advising anybody else to do the same, right? It's not financial advice. I'm just letting you guys know what I did. I don't know if it's going to happen next year. $10 is pretty quick to see it in 1 year. But again, I'm not ruling anything out. And I think $10 is inevitable. I do think eventually we're going to see $1. I think we're going to see $5 and beyond. I just don't know the time frame. I don't know the timetable when it's going to happen. But I do think it's going to get there. Look at what all these other projects are doing. I believe VeVe and Okomi is the best one. And the fact that they have stated now that Omi is going to be used on other platforms. We didn't even need that. That's just like icing on the cake. That's just like, a dream coming true, really. It's unbelievable. So I see Omi being one of the biggest cryptos in the entire world. I really do. So I don't know when the time frame is, but $10, inevitable, in my opinion only. Oh, Josh, smart move. So anytime you can stack up on 30 of, I did the same thing with the FA Captain America's Marvel Mighties. Now, anytime you can get duplicates like that, huge. Even if it is a Finn or a Jake, like we saw, Princess Bubblegum, or anything that's cheap that was in season 1, that's around retail price, even season 2 or 3. But I mean, season 1 obviously is going to be the best one, but it's still early. So even eventually season 2 and 3. But specifically season 1, anything that's around retail price or you think that's cheap, if you can stock up on duplicates and able to hold them while still have enough gems for the new drops, I think it'll put yourself in such a great position in the future. I actually have to restock on a bunch of duplicates and pick which ones I think are going to be great, because I just ran out of a huge duplicate bag ever since Walt. So it's been a struggle right now to try to figure out how I'm going to get gems. I'm really far back on these chats, so I will catch up. I went on a tangent telling stories, but I had to, I feel like. $400 Rizzo, music to my ears. Dragon Girls are my favorites, me too. Imagine on Open Sea how well the Dragon Girls will do. The only season 1 artwork. Whew. Oh yes, Getsy, that's terrible. That's just bad luck. You can't really control that. Usually, you would have had the 350 gems preloaded at the time. All right, Getsy said, nice, man. Great story. My greatest regret was not preloading gems for the Spider-Man drop. I had a secret rare reserve, but I could only load 350 gems at a time. Oh, man, that is such a struggle, man. That was really the worst. Worst. Oh no, the transaction went through and the second 50 gems got denied by my credit card. Oh my gosh, I would be freaking out, man. So sorry to hear that. But hey, Gutsy, like you just got a secret rare today. Like there's you already know there's gonna be tons and tons of more blessings. So hopefully you luck out, get a secret rare Darth Vader or something else crazy that drops. The whole Wolverine. Like that's the thing. Like everybody wants to find out what the one holy grail will be. We might not even have seen it yet. If it's not the Todd, then we may not even have seen the one holy grail. Because it could be a 1-of-1, all gold Liberty Bell. Or a crazy 1-of-1 Statue of Liberty. Like something that's so iconic in the real world that you would never even have thought to have owned. To where if it's a 1-of-1, like just forget it. That's the holy grail, right? So I think you can't really call anything the one holy grail just yet. I think there's a multiple holy grails for sure. I'm glad you guys like that story, man. I forget which part it was you're commenting on, but just all the stories together, yeah. Family is important. I wouldn't have been able to pay off my debts with using VeVe without the love and support from my VeVe, call me fam. Anyways, got to get back to the grind. Absolutely, Jay. I appreciate you big time for saying that too. And, just stopping by or showing support. Appreciate you big time, brother. I'm glad I was able to help. I'm glad everybody else was able to help too, man. The Call Me VeVe fam is going to be something to where we're going to be friends for life. Everybody in this community, because we've grinded through tough times together. A lot of us, we've put in all the money that we possibly had, right? Haven't been able to cash out for a year. So it's almost like we went to war together because it feels like that. It feels like we went to war together against the FUD, against all these other negative comments. And so, like, that's how I always treated baseball in college, too. Like, every day at practice, it was war. I had tunnel vision, blocked out distractions, didn't have a social life in college because my social life was in high school. My college days was in high school, basically. I even went to college places in high school because I had a beard and everything. So I already got over that in high school. I kind of have regrets in that of high school because I could have went somewhere crazy for college. So when I got to college, I was like, you know what? I'm not making the same mistake twice. This is my all-in moment. Tunnel vision. I don't care about the parties. I already did that. I probably went to the same parties that are happening now when I was a freshman in high school. So like, I already got that out of my system. I was a crazy young kid. So when I got to college, I was tunnel vision driven all in. And seeing the success that had has given me an infinite possibility mindset. I feel like I can do anything in the entire world. I just have to put my mind to it and just go do it. So that's a mindset that everybody should have because it's not just me. Any human in the world, you can literally do anything that you literally believe in. You just have to believe it. You can't fake it. You have to seriously believe it and then put the work in every single day, and it will happen. It's only a matter of time. So, absolutely, Jag. Family is so important. You call me fam, the real fam, like everybody. Yeah. Tell him it's just some motivation. Tell him that Jag said boss just came and asked what I was watching. Much love. Just say you're watching some what day is today? Thursday? Some Thursday motivation. Oh yeah, dude. So Getsy, that is a proud moment, man. That's determination. That's persistence. Stuff like that definitely should be rewarded for, never giving up. Getsy said his proudest moment in VeVe was the wall drop. I kept at the rebound and was able to get one at the 8-minute mark. That's amazing. It's not even close. It's actually hilarious. It just made me cry a little bit, tear up, because it's actually so funny. Real Talk said, do you have more money in NFTs than what you have in the bank? If so, you are a VeVe legend. I have like no money in the bank right now. Everything is all in. I probably have more money in my gem wallet, which is nothing. What do you think about the significance of mint numbers? Since some mints are quite huge. Let me read this again. Anthony Chung. So what do you think about significance of mint numbers? Since some mintage are quite huge, whales have been buying most sub 100s, but there will always be smaller numbers, less than 40, held by VeVe. Yeah, I agree. I think low mints are going to be significantly big. I think right now the sub 100s are kind of out of reach, right? All sub 100s are pretty much, unless you got a big bank account, big whale, big gems, you're probably not going to be able to afford a sub 100, right? So, but I still think low mints are going to be crucial, not just sub 100s, but sub 1000s, sub 5000s, sub 10,000s, because everything has like a little level, right? If you can get sub 1000s right now, that's going to be a steal. The same way sub 100s got out of reach, the sub 1000s will be next. Soon it's going to be impossible to find a 3-digit anything. When I say soon, like a matter of time, I don't know how soon, but eventually that's the next step. Then it's going to be like, wow, I got a 4-digit sub 5K. And then that's going to be the next step. Because you got to think too, when you list these, the mint number is what makes them all originally unique right now, non-fungible tokens, because of the mint number. Eventually, we'll have accessories and customization to be able to really set these apart aesthetically. But no matter what, even if we don't have the accessories or anything like that, or when we do, what makes these all unique is the actual edition number. And when these are listed on OpenSea, on Immutable X, they're probably going to be listed in obviously rarity, but also mint numbers. So when you're listed on OpenSea, Immutable X, when these all get interoperable one day, they're probably going to be listed in edition numbers. So if you have, a 500 secret rare edition number secret rare Spider-Man or Walt Disney, that's going to be a lot more valuable, I think, than say the one of the lower edition ones. So definitely, hopefully that helps. Kyle Wilson in the house. Let's go. This is a huge live stream right now. This might go on for like 3 hours. Who knows at this rate? But shout out Kyle Wilson for tuning in. Johnny stream done. I started off this stream so bad too. I felt like I had so much on my mind. I wasn't ready to start the live stream, but I just started anyway. And because of that, I felt like I couldn't even focus on what I was about to say. So if you rewatch the beginning of this, it's probably one of the worst ways I ever started a live stream. So I appreciate you guys for sticking with it, and definitely turned out a lot better now. You just can't have enough collectibles to know me. I think this is a whole new asset class for me. So I think right now we're just at the ground floor. Saggy Dot, man, your humility and self-awareness is rare to find these days. Shout out to the obvious hustle and work you do Shout out to the obvious hustle and work you do to mind your body, soul, spirit. We're cut from the same cloth. Hey, appreciate you big time for saying that, mention it. Big time, man. And I agree. I don't think there's that many people these days who are self-aware like that. And Gary Vee talks about self-awareness so much too. So much of this really stems from watching Gary Vee videos for the past decade. That's why when he followed me and the fact that he's shouting out the VeVe community, he's following everybody in the VeVe community, just him being in the NFT space as a whole, mentioning VeVe, the Red Circle gang, shout out to Kyle Wilson for coming up with that. Like, just for having Gary Vee in the VeVe community and everything, it was like a surreal moment because him talking about NFTs, once I found the VeVe app, I was like, oh my gosh, Gary Vee's talking about IP, brands, like that's the value. Like, I was just spamming him like crazy. Like, you need to check out VeVe. You check out VeVe. Like, you gotta check out this app, VeVe. Because I was like, this is either like a simulation that's happening right now, or it's like too good to be true because it was like everything's just all coming together. Whoa, Common Mint 330. That's big time, Chris. Shout out to you. That's a big hold, I think. Or if you wanted to let it go for a good amount of gems, you could sell it. But don't sell yourself short. I think these are holds big time. I just got on a recent tangent recently and big collection, not big collection. What am I talking about? But a big like emphasis. I got like an epiphany to where all of a sudden I got addicted to loving these low mint commons. And the past couple of weeks, I've really been upgrading my common low mints. A sub 500 is going to be big time, I think. Wait, ultimate? Oh, okay, so ultra rare. Oh, wait, no, secret rare. I got ultimate secret rare 3701 on drop a month back or whatever. Should sold at 3.1K. Are you talking about which ultimate secret rare? Are you talking about the Captain America? Because Captain America, yeah, Captain kind of dipped. This is why duplicates are so crucial. Little Big Mark, shout out to you, brother. He said, got my first 2 uncommon today. Sold one, keep one. Made the money back with the one. See, that's you just got a free comic back, basically, essentially. And that's why if you're able to get, 2, 3, 4 duplicates, huge help in order to build that collection. Let's go. Is your beard real? Shout out to you, Justin. It's funny because I actually just trimmed my beard. It was a lot longer, bigger, but I just trimmed it recently. Johnny, you got that New England Goth accent. That's hilarious. That's actually the first time I heard of that. I do still live with my parents. Yep, I do. And see, that's the thing. Like, I'm getting older now. I'm 28. So like I am getting to the point in life where I do feel like I need to move out. And that's why I felt like VeVe came at literally the perfect time because it was getting stressful. I mean, before March, all my friends they're moved out, right? They're all like kind of making fun of me. Well, not all of them. A lot of them understand. Some of them still live with their parents too. I graduated college when I was 23. So for the past 4 years, I've been living at home, trying to just grind and do everything that I really had passion for, make into something that I could support myself. And I always said, like, if things don't work out, I'm not afraid of what people think of me. Like, I don't care what the haters, negative people say. I don't care about that. Because I know at the end of the day, like, what my goals are. And my goals aren't the same for everybody else. So a lot of the people that were, like, making fun of, laughing, etc., their goals were finished, in life. They had, they moved out. They had a career job. They made their, 50, 60K a year. And they're happy with it, But for me, I felt like I always had this feeling. Like, I have so much passion, hunger. I feel like I'm either destined or I just want to do so much. I don't know. I could list all the things I want to do. I want to invent things. I have inventions that I made in 8th grade. To this day, I just need somebody to make it happen. I have a prototype, everything. Like, I have multiple things. Like, I'm a crazy person where I really think I have big, big visions to where I think I can make things happen. I just need the right people to help make that happen. I feel like with Ecomi, the connections and everything has literally been a blessing because I feel like if I just keep being myself, just keep doing what I'm doing, it's all going to play out to where I will have those connections. People will be able to help make inventions happen for me. And like, I want to talk about some, but obviously I'm not going to do it on stream right now because I don't have the patent for anything yet. But like, I made some in literally 8th or not 8th, some in 8th grade, but some of them got taken by now. But the one that hasn't got taken is literally going to be one of the biggest of all time. I made it freshman year. I don't even want to tell you what I made it out of because it could give it away. But I made it and it still works to this day. It's never been made. It's going to be big time. It's literally way more than $1 million idea. This is like $1 billion idea, $100 million idea. I just need the right people to make it happen one day. So I think it will happen eventually. But stuff like that, I take the risk to be made fun of, live at home, not make much money, try to make things happen on my own. I could have moved out. I could have got a full-time career job teaching. I actually turned down a teaching job from the school, Glassboro High School. Shout out to Glassboro. If you're watching all the kids that I taught, you guys were great. I would have loved to have been at your school teaching. I actually turned down the job because the person that I student taught for asked me if I wanted to have the job because he was retiring. So I turned down a full-time career job right after student teaching, right after I graduated. That's literally unheard of in the town next over to me. Like, I could have walked there. Like, that's not unheard of. It's probably one of the hardest decisions I ever had to do because it was like, here you go. You're getting handed a free career teaching job that you just worked for. I didn't go to college really for teaching. I went to college to play baseball, to really have an opportunity at something past baseball. But I picked teaching as my career because I felt like it was something I would be able to do and something I would have fun doing, motivating, helping kids. So I felt like that was kind of my route. But it's so hard to turn down a job, especially a teaching career job that's not easy to get these days. It takes years for people to try to get that job. And I got it handed to me. So here you go. Do you want it? And that was a crossroads moment for me because I really had to sit there and say, it's happening. Like, I don't want this at all. But how do I turn it down? How do I say no, But I did. And so it was another hard decision I had to make. But I went with my gut. Whatever I'm going to be happiest with, I would not have been happy. I would have been the most miserable person in the world. I probably would have never found VeVe because of it. So I really think it all leads, everything in life leads to how it's supposed to happen. I'm in like a story mode right now. Let's go. All the people that laughed at me in the beginning of the year are now downloading VeVe and asking me how I did it. Let's go, Kyle. Bro, exactly. Literally, and that's the thing, man. It gives me the chills too, bro, because when we had that live stream, it was so amazing because we didn't even know it was going to be a big moment. It wasn't planned. It was like, yo, I'm testing out this live stream thing. Do you want to hop on? I was like, yeah, sure. Like when? Tonight, tomorrow? You're like, in a few minutes, like in 15 minutes. I was like, oh, wow, let's go. So I was like, you know what? Let's do it. And that live stream, bro, was one of the early videos, I think, interviews that anybody in VeVe has ever did. Might have been the first one. And that really got so many people down the rabbit hole to see the possibilities of this. And like you said, the people that were laughing at you, people that laughed at me, like, it's unbelievable, man. What did you capitalize on? So some things I probably already spoke on it a little bit. But the things I spoke on were like the Todd Batmans for retail, FA Jokers for retail, FA Harley Quinns. Those are some of the big ones, man. Those are really the big ones that I capitalized. I can't think of too many right now. Over time, I mean, I bought 10 common Spideys. That was a big one. I think I had to sell before it got to 200 though because of Walt. I had to let go all my duplicate Marvel Mighties, man. I only got a few FA captains left. I had 30 of them at one point. But when Walt happened, that's what I was saying. I have to kind of recoup my duplicate bag right now and pick some cheap things that I want to go stack up on. I think of Chio Pets when I look at your beard. That's hilarious. That's some things I've never heard before. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear you had to put down your pet. Gabriel said, we all got to make time for what really matters in life, too. Been so busy with crypto and VeVe and Axie that I had to put down a fish that I've had for 6 years. Haven't cleaned his tank in months. I'm crushed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Gabriel. And you know what? You know, as sad as you may feel like responsible, etc. You know, life happens so fast sometimes to where we all are like on the treadmill moving so quick. It is so important, like you said, to really take a breather, to take a step off the treadmill, to just be grateful for everything that we do have. And, you know, because life moves so quick, like gets to the point where we forget to do daily things. I'm sure I'm not the only one, right? But like everybody, especially in the crypto space, it moves so quick every hour, every minute. Like, so it's definitely goes to what you said, you know, definitely glad you said that, you know, makes people realize it's okay to take a step off and just be appreciative and grateful for everything in life right now. Yeah. Willow Kid, bro, you still alive? I did for lunch and thought for sure that the show was almost over. I'm having too much fun right now talking to everybody. It's too funny. You a legend. I missed the black and white Batman. Drop hint, VeVe. We really are a fan, facts. It's a fact, bro. Wow, okay. A homer 13 minutes after the drop. You probably paid like $70 then, bro. VeVe is my bank. That's a fact. That's a big fact. The funny thing about Homer is that it was being resold for like $70 right away. And I was trying to buy one for the longest time. I know a bunch of other people were too. It was frustrating. I was trying to buy it like 75, 80. I was like, you know what? I tried scrolling down, buying one for 200. It wasn't working. I tried 250. It wasn't working. Mind you, when the floor was still $80. And finally, a $200 purchase went through and the floor was like 75. And I was like, oops. I was like, well, one went through. And at the time, I was just trying to lock one in because I really did believe that Homer was going to go crazy. But finally, when the purchase did go for 200, I was like, dang, floor's not moving quick enough right now. But eventually did and moved quick. I was able to get a duplicate, and the next thing I know, it was like 700, and I was like, insane. Since March 3rd, found a job in addition to me being a PhD student, just so I could use my scholarships. Wow, to buy gems. That's amazing, man. Shout out to you for finding a job too. That's amazing. I mean, that's my goal too, to find a job to where I'm able to balance still doing everything with the community, because a lot of people don't realize like the Twitter community, it's so fast paced to where you got to be like, you got to be on it 24/7, especially with Facebook, Instagram. I haven't even been on Discord lately. Everything's just moving so fast where absolutely, man, if you can find another job, you know, especially the people who are just in the community who, you know, aren't influencers or anything like that. If you're able to get a career, get a job, fund your VeVe habit, fund your VeVe, because at the end of the day, it's fun, it's a habit, but these are investments too. Like, it's just as fun to decorate your entire room, right, in AR, to collect the collectibles, to trade them, etc. But also, it's an investment at the same time. Like, on the other side of things, it's like, as much of fun as it is, it's an investment too at the end of the day. So if you can fund it, that's the goal, right? I mean, let me try to catch up on the chat. Willow said, "No, man, me and my girl both lived with our folks till we were 27, 28, and now I'm 30 and she's 29, and we both got our own crib. And we got our own crib, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths with a basement with a tenant currently renting. We good. Hey, shout out to you, Willow. Absolutely, bro. Always do what's right for you. And that's the thing, man. I'm so glad you said that, bro. And that's the thing, man. Like, I could have moved out, but I also know if I moved out, I'd be struggling to pay rent. Like, I'd be broke, wouldn't have extra money. All my attention would be doing in like grading papers, coming up with lesson plans. I wouldn't have the mental stamina to have been trying to do everything else I wanted to for my passion, and then been able to spend the extra time to somehow find VeVe at the right time. And I mean, I might have been able to, right? But I don't know, because I'm not like everybody. Most people can balance a whole bunch of things. I'm so 110% into things to where it's a blessing and a curse. I mean, you guys seen it with VeVe, right? Like, anything I love and I get obsessed with, I dive 110% in. And then it's like, people usually tell me like, you know, you can kind of balance it and get back to real life and stuff. And that's always been my problem, to try to balance things. Wow, that's what I need. Actually, oh, shout out to Drea too. She's got a 3D printer. I should have hit her up. I didn't even think about that. Hey man, I got a mini machine shop in my garage and a 3D printer. Let's get your idea going. Wow. May not even need a partner or anything like that. Let's just mass market it ourselves, mass produce it. See, like, that's the thing. Like, right now, I only have a prototype of it, and it's only like one of them. If we were able to like mass produce it, you could just sell it and just make it ourselves. But my idea is to partner with, I don't even want to say the company, because if I say the company, it's going to give it away. Unbelievable. But like, I think with the connections and everything that's building with VeVe, I mean, if we're not able to mass produce it, partnership will be able to happen eventually. It's just going to be crazy, because that moment I'll probably tear up and cry when that happens, because I actually do see it now happening with all the connections and everything with the whole VeVe economy community, to where I actually see that happening sooner than I ever did envision. But I can't believe I didn't make it happen already. Like, this is from my freshman year in college or high school. This is like something I came up with in 2000 and it was either 2009 or 2011. I don't think it was my freshman year in high school. I think it was my senior year in high school. It was my senior year in high school. So it was 2011. So 2011, I still, that's like a decade. What longer than, insane. But I came up with this in 2011. Told my teacher it was a great idea. Said, let's make it. You know, they just laughed. Said, oh yeah, it looks great. Oh, it works. I was like, no, this is like, again, in one of my Johnny Dunn moments. People thought I was just like, oh yeah, Moon Boy, crazy idea. I'm like, no, this is, how are you not seeing this? I feel like I see things when people can't see it yet. And so I was trying to get it done then. They were just like, oh yeah, it's just a high school kid. But no one's made it since. No one has made it since then. And I know it's going to be big. It's going to be huge. They saw 50,000% gains. Yeah, Kyle, from what Kyle was saying, now they all believe him or how they do it. They all saw the 50,000% gains, and now they want to see how they do it. That's the thing, man. Like you could tell somebody how to do it. You know, you could tell somebody what to do, but until they see like the profits, the money, they don't really believe it until it's real. It's crazy how it usually works, but you know, humans are humans, and I feel like that's part of the psychology in humans. Like a lot of times people have to see it to believe it, right? Oh, what's going on, Esteban? So I got an uncommon today, hodl or sell. So to go over the prices, the uncommon, it's only $16 right now, 95 cents. I think actually a lot of the uncommons, and I believe the rares are slept on big time, just because there's so few editions of them. Like let's go into the uncommons and look. So for $16, there's only 5,000 editions of these. Compared to the common, I forget off the bat how many the common has. I think 20,000 maybe. Yeah, so 21,000. 21,000 editions for the common, $10. 5,000 editions for the uncommon, and only $6 more. So I think we're going to see the uncommons shoot up big time, especially with the rares too. So if it was me, not financial advice, you can definitely do whichever one you please to do. But if it was me and I got the uncommon today, instead of selling it for only $16, I'd probably just hold on to it just until it's worth a lot more than that. Because I feel like, you know, could you get double your money you put in, $7 or $16? Absolutely. But I think the value will be a lot more if you're able to hold on to it. Plus, it might be a cool cover you like. I'm not sure if you like the cover or not. But I think if it was maybe like $50, you know, 50, 70, maybe even $40, right? But anything under $30, I feel like for me at least, it's a hold. Like I'm not trying to sell anything under 30. I'd let go of some things around 35, 40 if I absolutely had to. But those are the prices where I'm thinking like, I think this could easily be a lot more. So I just hope that mindset helps. So yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. Because again, you can do whatever you want to do. Again, that's not financial advice, but I feel like sometimes thinking about it, putting it in like your shoes, if it was to me and how I would think about it, I feel like that helps sometimes. Had to get the when P word in there. I agree. Underprinted. I hold all comics. Smart. Yeah, there's definitely some don't get it done, get it Johnny Dunn. You change your username. That's hilarious. Yeah, there's definitely some comic people in the comic gurus, I would say, in the community. So definitely go follow all the comic people. Also, Sleeping Comics. Sleeping Comics, I feel like is an underrated comic influencer. I feel like he doesn't get talked about enough right now. And Sleeping Comics has a lot of good information, a lot of good knowledge. I like to watch his videos a lot, just pick his brain. Superman under 1K, unbelievable. Absolutely. But again, there's a lot of people who are into comics in the community. So shout out to everybody in the comic world. I know I'm a big fan of comics and cryptos. He's a genuine dude, man. Sean, I mean, great person. He's going to tell you the truth, right? He's not going to try to pump his own bags or anything. He's going to really tell you the truth, what he thinks these comics are worth. So people like him, Sleeping Comics, those are great, genuine people who I respect a lot in the community. So definitely those people, if you're looking to get knowledge about comics and crypto, Sleeping Comics, those people are definitely great people. Because that's the thing. Like this community is so great to where there's something for everybody, right? I mean, I'm not the comic expert, so I'm not going to be able to tell you all the details about, you know, comics and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I think if you follow some of the experts in the comic world who are genuine people who will steer you in the right direction, they're not going to pump their own bags. Like that's why I like comics and cryptos and Sleeping Comics so much, because they're real people. Oh yeah, exactly. So again, $89, that's a good profit, right? And it's good that you did it then because now it's $40. And a 2,300 mint edition run, like that's pretty low. So I think it should be up there with that $80, $90 range. But again, it dipped back down to 40. So I think they do have room to grow. Gutsy said, "Oh yeah, man, sleeping is awesome. He's got a great personality. Yeah, I like him a lot, man. I actually just talked to him for the first time a little bit ago in our group chat, so it was good to actually finally talk to Sleeping." Zarium said, "Are emulators against terms of service?" Yeah, absolutely. So like any of those auto clickers, emulators, tools, I've seen people use like massage guns or anything like, anything that's not human, anything that's not your hand, I would say it goes against the terms of service. Multiple devices, like anything you feel like you're getting an upper edge that you're not using your thumb for, like I feel like that's definitely against terms of service. Oh, I agree. So exact numbers like 2,300 will be worth so much on the marketplace, right? On the IMX marketplace. So right. So not only, like I was saying, is those low editions going to be really important, because when we list these, say on the OpenSea or IMX marketplace, it's going to probably be filtered by rarity, but the default is probably going to be by edition number, right? So I think the lowest edition ones are going to be so valuable because of that. But also, like you said, the exact numbers like 2,300 or 1,000, or maybe the first appearance of a Superman or Spiderman, that edition number like 1976, if that's the first appearance of somebody, So special numbers, repeating numbers like 1111 or stuff like that. The last number in the edition. Say if there's only 2,500 editions and you get the edition number 2,500, stuff like that, I think will be big time. Just sniped an uncommon for 15. I follow your moves, JD. Hey, now again, don't be too upset if it dips back down to say like 12 or something like that, because again, the difference of like $3 right there is not going to mean that much long term, right? So sometimes it's better just to lock one in early. Again, uncommons are up to $17 now. So as more and more get put in there, could it dip back down to 15, 14, 12? Yeah, maybe. But in a few months from now, I think we're going to see nothing stay around retail price. And so an uncommon being only like a few dollars more than retail, I think is going to be unheard of. Yeah. So that's what I think is happening, or was happening for the marketplace. So people are saying like they're not using emulators for the drop, but I think they could be using them, or the auto click stuff, for the marketplace too, because as you guys see, it's so hard to buy the floor in the market. And that could be because of that, or it could just because of the high demand, right? So what I've had to do is scroll down from the floor and say the floor is $17. Like right now, it's $16 on the uncommon now. I may have to scroll down and pick up a $18 uncommon and just hold even through the dip just to lock one in. So it's unfortunate. And so there could be emulators going on still, but I think VeVe's doing such a good job at eliminating them, to where I think they will all be eventually, for the most part, eliminated. So no, you can't use eliminators for the marketplace either. But again, try to just scroll down. Like, don't just try to go from the floor. It's like too impossible now. I know that's a tough one. So if you, Mr. Yam, if you got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's big time. That's a big time collectible. Getsy, thanks, man. Yeah, I just watched the YouTube videos and I've been doing this long enough. We just got to start following our gut and pulling triggers. I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, Getsy said, yep, usually comics start high and dip down. Collectibles are a whole different beast. It's so hard to judge what will pump and what won't. I agree. Now, I think the comics for the most part kind of start high and dip down just because the amount of editions still. Even though it's not a crazy amount of editions, 30,000, that gets sold out immediately. But right now, there's still a lot of flippers. Like, there's not too many hardcore collectors to where we'll see, 1,000 editions get put in the market for sale. And as that happens, it kind of undercuts. We have so many drops happening. People aren't really necessarily buying everything, they're just buying the ones that are big, huge IP brands. So we see some dips happening. I think the collectibles, have a chance to skyrocket quicker when there's a less edition run. With comics, it's kind of harder because the whole idea of the comics in the first place was to have something each week to where if you miss out on the collectibles, you're able to still get a comic or something like that. And then with that, you can benefit by getting a low mint common or a secret rare type thing. But I think the comics were generally more so to help like everybody kind of get something once in a while. And then the collectibles, if it's a high edition run, if it's not Disney, like if those edition counts were for anything besides Disney, say if it was another Batman Series 7 or something like that, right? And it was that many editions, I think it would dip. I think it would start out high and then dip right away. But something with a low edition run with the collectibles, I think is going to be skyrocket city. Like she's going to take off. We saw that with the Dragon Girl, anything with those less than 1,000 editions. But now with the collectibles and it's not a big IP brand like Disney and there's a lot of editions, that's when I think the trend will be like the comics, start out high, dips down. But it is tough to tell. I mean, you can miss the boat for sure, or you get stuck with the bag for a while. Yeah, that's the thing with the people using the emulators and stuff like that. If they're using the auto clickers, that's why they're getting ahead of it, is because you don't have to scroll down; it just buys the first one automatically. To where hopefully, once the system catches on to it, etc., they will be able to start eliminating them. Shout out to David Yu with the IG post the other day, eliminating the bots. So like with posts like that, makes me feel like they're really doing a good job at eliminating them. Yeah, so Joe M, the whole reason for the captures, he said VeVe twice on drops gave me the captcha. Might be one way VeVe's is combating bots. Definitely, absolutely. So even me, like I got a thing the other night. I just uploaded I started the app. Like I clicked the app, I clicked the VeVe app, opened up the screen and everything. And as you get that loading screen, it said like let me see what it said. Suspicious activity, or it said I took a picture of it. So like it does this stuff all the time. It'll say like your device does not meet our security requirements, as I was trying to like load into the app, and I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then finally eventually let me log in. So I think it's just their way of helping get rid of those bots, because it's like an AI system, I think, that detects any kind of suspicious activity. They probably saw like, this guy's logging in his app every 2 seconds. He's either addicted or he's a bot. So like it'll probably catch on to things like that. So if they notice any kind of suspicious activity on drops, you'll get a captcha, stuff like that. Like I've gotten captchas too before. Yeah. See, this is the debate, right? A super rare collectible, 250 editions. It may not be the biggest IP in the world, but 250 editions, right? People are trying to say like compare that to say a big IP brand, but with more editions. I think it's going to even out, because the reason why they make the 250 editions so low on that one is because it's not as big a name brand IP brand like a Disney or something like that. So in order to match that demand, they made it 250 editions for the secret rare. And then in order to match the demand for Walt Disney, they made it 4,000 editions, right? Now, in the skateboard world, Lincoln is like a huge name brand. Like anybody who skateboards knows Lincoln. Again, shout out to Willow Kid for reminding me on that one, the skateboarder and the crew. But yeah, so I think those super low editions will be valuable, of course. But again, it's not the biggest IP brand in the world, but you're going to be able to set the floor really high with those. You may not have the as frequent buys as something like a Walt Disney because the demand is crazy huge, but I think the floors will be crazy high on those super rare limited editions. And plus the gold boards look amazing. I really wish I had a gold board. This is a good one. Yeah, I think the captures should be on the market purchases too. Click buy, then it reserves for you, then do a little puzzle. I agree. I feel like they may not do that because they want to eliminate any friction buying stuff. But if it helps with the bots, they might do that actually. Yeah, I'm addicted. I'm not a bot. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when some comic books are like $250, or Josh said when some comic books are like $200, $500, I wonder where the secret rares will be at, considering now that the secret rares are even lower than $500. Right? Exactly. I mean, once the commons move up, everything's going to move up for sure, and vice versa. If the secret rares move first, which they might, because there's just a super limited amount of them, the commons are going to follow big time. I think the low mint secret rares are going to be a unicorn to find, right? And then the low mint commons are going to be huge. I think that's going to be a holy grail too. The low mint commons of the very most important comic books. Those with the super low mint secret rares. Like if you have a 3-digit secret rare, that's going to be iconic. Because it's just impossible to find, right? Captures do get annoying just because, I mean, it takes time and it takes like, you got to figure it out in a quick little second. So they get annoying. I am still live. I'm going to be signing off soon. It is like Donnie or Walt, ape or golden moments. I would say it's actually, yes. I would say, wait, are you asking a question? Is it Donnie or Walt, ape or golden moments? Or are you saying it's like that? Because I mean, personally, I'd rather have a Walt Disney. Are you saying Donnie and ape? I'm mixing up the comparison here. Are you trying to say it's like Donnie versus a Walt and then the ape versus the Walt? Because it's almost the same concept, right? Like Donnie is super, super limited rare. The floor is crazy high. But like who knows what Donnie is, right? Like, so that demand has to be there. I know for one thing, if I had 100K, I'm not spending it on just Donnie. That's just me though. Like, because I never knew who Donnie was. Do I want to complete that season 1 set? Yeah, I would love to. But if I had 100K, I think I'm buying a couple Walt Disneys or a couple Todd McFarlane Batmans or a couple Supermans or Spidermans before I spend all 100K on one collectible that's a Donnie, right? Like, so I think that demand has to be there as well. I agree, Josh. Exactly. Like there's the fact that it's not even like most people are holding them. They don't even make them. And I think that's the special thing, right? I think that's sort of why they made these comic runs with the edition numbers the way they did. To where if you're holding a secret rare 3-digit number, the fact that they only make a handful of them, right? Like that's gonna be a big time. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, exactly. It is like that. It's been like 4 to 5 hours. It has been a while. I think it's only been about 3 or 4 maybe. But I am going to sign off eventually. Had a lot of fun talking to you guys. And plus, I started off this stream. If you go back and watch the very beginning, I couldn't even talk right. Like, I had so many things on my mind that I wanted to get to that I just wasn't even focused on. I feel like I started off the stream so bad, so I wanted to make sure I finished it good. 24245 common. Okay, so high mint common. Almost you almost got completely repeating numbers. So if you got a 2424, that'd be big time. But that 5 kind of messes you up right there. It's one of those things where if you got a number like this, it's not a crazy number like 2424, but it's not a completely random number, right? To where like if you listed this for the floor, it would sell right away. Just because that's a number that stands out a little bit more than like a random one, but it's not a significant one. This is tough, brother, because the Mickey hat is iconic. It's probably one of the most iconic golden Disney moments there's going to be. I think that's why the price is that high already. So, I actually don't know the answer to this one. I don't know if it's going to dip. I don't know if it's going to take off and be 5K, 10K. I've been kind of just waiting to see where this one goes. I do have one, but I only have one. I could see it taking off. I could see it taking off going to 5, 10K, but I could see it maybe retracing a little bit. I don't think it's going to retrace too much. I know there's a lot of buyers out there. Anytime I've talked to people who listed it for the floor, it buys pretty quick. So because Disney's so iconic, right? And we've already had 250 plus people, 250,000 plus people come directly from Disney, to where I think that's a big reason too why the Disney Golden Moments are huge, because we have Disney fans here now. So right, exactly, man. Like, can you imagine like finally getting up to 100K gems or something like that, and then spending it all on one collectible instead of Donnie? Like, not taking anything away from Donnie. Shout out to all the Donnie holders out there. That's a big time collectible, big time piece. But it comes down to the matter of, would you rather have things you actually love that are cheaper, that are still blue chips, like Superman, Todd McFarlane, Batman, Spider-Man? Like with 100K gems, think about how many secret rare Spider-Mans you can buy with that, right? So where I think that would be a better bet. Just stay until Saturday's drop. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I'm just kidding. Oh, so you took a big risk here, but I think you didn't mess up too bad, right? Like, you could actually work out in your favor for this one. So this is the benefit, but it's the pro and con of timing the market, taking these big risks. Sebastian said, I sold my 282 Amazing Spider-Man Secret Rare for 10K gems. Needed the gems, otherwise hold for life. And that's the thing, right? Now you can use those 10K gems, because that's a huge come up, right? You spend 400 or whatever it was, you have 10K gems. You can now build your collection. You can invest in duplicates of things that you think will be huge. And eventually when you sell those duplicates or whatever you invest the 10K in, could end up being worth more. So just because you sell off a blue chip doesn't mean it's like the end of the world, but it is risky, right? I mean, those are the collectibles that you don't ideally want to get rid of unless you need to. But again, he said he needed the gems, otherwise hold for life. So he understood. And it's all about being self-aware and understanding the situation that you're in, because his situation could be completely different than the next person who had the 282 Amazing Spider-Man, right? So it all depends on your situation, and to realize like what is going to be best for your situation that you're in right now. That's why a lot of times when people try to ask me, what should I do? I ask them a question like, okay, well, what do you have right now, etc. Like, I agree with this. Oh man. Let's see. Azurium said, I sold my Secret Rare Spidey collectible for 2.7K. LOL, LOL. Somehow I was one out of the 1,000 people. Isn't that crazy? You were too. Like, thinking back to that drop, how in the world did we get that drop? I think that was before the whole rhythm technique happened. Like, I really think I shouldn't have. I'm glad I did. I would have done it all over again, because you guys know how I am. But if I didn't, like, live stream all my drops and tell people about the one rhythm technique, one button tap, maybe we're still able to get all these, right? But yeah, same. I was able to get that on the drop. And it's crazy how at 2.7K, we didn't know it would skyrocket to 15K right away, right? I mean, it dipped down, I think, lower than that. I think it dipped down to like 1.9K, maybe even. So, 2.7K, I mean, definitely way more than you put in. So it's not a loss. I mean, you bought $400 worth of gems. You then had 2.7K. You had almost $2,000 and a little bit more left, right? Definitely don't think that's a loss. Compared to what it is now, I mean, regrets, I mean, who knows, right? Maybe I think you actually did just say, yeah, in the next chat. He said, at least I got Amazing Spider-Man #1 serial, number 500 with the gems, though. And that's huge, bro. Exactly. So as long as you, use those gems and invest it in something else, especially something as valuable as that, man. Number 500, the Amazing Spider-Man comic book, that's like a gem mint #1 in my book. Now, will that play out that way? Is that going to be a graded #1? We don't know for sure, but in the way I've been seeing things, I think that's going to be iconic. I think what you did is going to end up being, okay, definitely. Check what I sent you on my Twitter Check what I sent you on Twitter in my collection. All right, definitely check it out, Colin. Definitely. But I'm gonna be signing off. I think I was on for like 4 hours today. Unbelievable. You know, big news coming soon. Definitely check out. I think I just posted it too. I made a post on YouTube. Check out the new announcement that VeVe just made. I think it's gonna be big time. So exactly, Josh. Yeah, the gems are still spent on a good investment. So at the end of the day, if you sell a blue chip, you invest it back in something else that's a great investment. There's really no wrong play there, right? It's just a risky move anytime you sell those blue chip collectibles. But all right, guys, I'm headed off the live stream today. It's been a great one. It's been a long one, but I'm glad you guys all had fun. You guys learned a lot too. You guys had a story time from JD. But I feel like it helped a lot of people too. Shout out to Jags who asked that question. And Jags, man, if you're still listening, if you're not, I appreciate you big time for letting us know in the group chat, you know, what we were able to do for you and the fact that you were able to do it for yourself, man, that's big time, bro. Be proud of yourself because paying off your debts, that's big time, man. We only played a little part being able to help each of us a little bit here and there, but you made it happen, man. So be proud of yourself, brother. Appreciate you for tuning in, supporting big time, man. Appreciate everybody else for tuning in, joining today. Great live stream. I'll be back again with the next drop. DC Mighties, is that what's next? Big things are happening in VeVe world. Appreciate you guys. Run the like button up, share it around, leave a comment. We're signing out. It's your boy, Johnny Dunn. We out, y'all.